quorum, and we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Let's start first by having the members or the people at the table up here introduce themselves. You want to start on my far left, please, and come this direction. Please.
Good morning. I'm Hope Trimble, Director of Fiscal Policy for the Senate Democrats.
Good morning, Fadi Kadura. I serve Senate District 30, north side of Indianapolis.
Krista Ricci, Senate Republican Fiscal Analyst.
Jeff Thompson, House District 28.
Ben Tooley, Director of Fiscal Policy for the House Republicans.
Good morning, Joe Habig, Acting State Budget Director.
Good morning, Gregory Porter, House District 96, Indianapolis.
Eric Gonzalez, House Democrat Fiscal Analyst.
Lisa Ackelbert, Deputy State Budget Director.
Ed Laney, Indiana House of Representatives, House District 86.
Chris Garton, Senate District 45, all of Clark County and portions of Floyd.
Jordan Lett, Senate Fiscal Analyst for the Republican Caucus.
Thank you. Well, let's get right to what we have today. Lots of hearings, and so Justice Rush, if you would please give us your presentation, and thank you for being here, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, and I want to thank you for having me here today, and I want to also acknowledge my colleagues, the other four justices on the Supreme Court, and we're all happy to be here. I have a handout. I have a couple of handouts. Do you all have those in front, and they're in order? The court is seeking funding in three areas, and they're not areas with regard to the operations of the court or hiring new employees. They really are around public safety. And the first area that we're looking at is a project that came out of legislation. The legislature enacted a jail overcrowding task force, and one of the recommendations were that we have 20-some different case management systems in Indiana. Here's the handout, and here's all the different colors recommend the different case management systems. And it was found that that was sort of an impediment to public safety because they're not communicating with each other. So there's issues of delayed release, there's issues of public safety. Somebody would have a writ in one county and not in the other. So on the back of that handout, we show all the interfaces that go on with the in-jail program. So the problem is aggregating data from multiple jails to get that data to you with regard to being able to develop policy, to get it to us and judges and police officers and probation officers. So there's things like it would feed the arrest right into the in-site offender case management system, live scan touch with regard to ID. It would feed it immediately to the Indiana State Police Criminal History Repository, the Indiana Prosecuting Attorneys Council, and they have the VA, Indiana Department of Corrections, victim notification. We don't have that now. So we did it based on the recommendations. We have it's up and going in 4 counties with 3 other counties that have asked, and I think there's probably half a dozen to a dozen other counties that have asked us to do it. To get it started, we relied on federal grant money. That will not sustain it, and I think it's just sort of the decision. If we want to expand it further, it will require some funding. And even with having now an integrated case management system on all 92 counties and doing electronic filing and the dozens of inside applications, this is the most difficult project the court's ever encountered. We didn't do it just let's do it. We did it based on the request of the legislature. We did it based on working with the Indiana Sheriff's Association. As I was walking up here, I saw former Sheriff Brent Clark, which is great. We're going to have a sheriff in the Senate, and he was talking about the in-jail. So it really would put Indiana quite far along with regard to public safety and the data you can get. How many people are sitting in jail on level 6s? What are the level 6s that they're in jail? How long are they there? How do you move from one jail to another? How do we make sure that release orders, you read often that somebody was released early or somebody should have been gone to community corrections. So this will this will link to the Odyssey case management system, the in-jail, and I think for public safety, and I think it'll be transformative. And that's what the cost to do it and to continue to grow it. we could put on a like half hour if people want to see all the interfaces and the functionalities of in-jail. We would be happy to do that for anyone interested, or if LSA and have that. The second issue that we're looking at came out of legislation last year, and I think it was, I can't remember, I think it may have started in the House, and asking the courts to do a safe baby court. And that was adopted. We have family recovery courts. Our problem-solving courts are all implemented by statute, and we were asking for $1.5 million to expand and develop the safe baby court, and this would be in the CHINS or DCS arena. This wouldn't be in the criminal justice arena. We have now, and I have a handout showing you the problem-solving courts that we have in Indiana. We have 24 family recovery courts. We want to adopt those, and then the map on the back of the problem-solving courts, there's a star where we have the family recovery courts. We want to adopt the legislative model of safe baby courts into those as an evidence-based tool on dealing with child abuse and neglect in Indiana. So the funding that we would get, if we would get the funding to increase problem-solving courts, would all go to developing the safe baby courts that came out of the legislation. And then the third request is on court security. We have courts in Indiana right now that don't have any security, and when you sentence somebody, they just have to wait for maybe somebody to come and that person to go. We would like to set up a grant program. Perhaps it would be a matching program with that. We have used some funding that we have now to do some grants to locals so that they can have wands, metal detectors, things for security. We sent a survey out asking judges, and it was pretty eye-opening, the extent, the number that have been a target of a threat, and then also their family's been a target of a threat, and some of the single occurrence, multiple occurrence, and there's a handout on that. So I know the question will be, well, isn't that the county's responsibility? And I agree that the counties do have responsibility, but I also know that the level of threats that our judiciary is receiving right now have never been so high. I can attest to ones that I received myself. We are asking for this to get those counties that don't have any security going to have some state funding, because I really, we are concerned about how you decide cases and how you run your judiciary when the level of threats are as high as they are right now with regard to. So those are our requests. We are very cognizant of the fiscal state, that there's fiscal, that you need to be very modest with regard to any requests. And we are funding everything else that we're funding. We fund by stopping a program or stopping an employee to get an employee somewhere else. So we're not asking for funds with regard to growing our staff, anything internal. All of this funding really goes out to the trial courts. As you know, 98% of the cases in the country are in the state courts. We have roughly about 450 trial court judges, 600 judicial officers when you look at magistrates, referees, and senior judges. So we're looking at the funding going out to those. Today, we have about 1.6 million cases pending in our courts. We've seen a big increase with regard to, mental health. We had probably 20,000 mental health involuntary commitments. We had a similar amount of expungements. We're right now over 1 million protective orders in our protective order registry. So we're going to keep advancing our technology. We want to keep our judges safe. We're seeing a lot of volatility in our courtrooms, a lot of volatility. Things that I've been a judge since elected in 1998. I've never seen this many to myself and to the judges throughout the state. So I'm open for any questions you would have on these three requests.
Thank you. Questions, members of committee? Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for your presentation. How is the CLEO program progressing in the wake of what has transpired by the United States Supreme Court? We know certain institutions that we see those numbers begin to walk back the inclusivity of individuals. What are we doing with the CLEO program? How are we going to address the higher court and what they think is feasible? I know we're all keenly aware of this, so.
Right. We have tied the, ICLEO came out, it's set by legislation, and it's not a race-based or quota-based system. It reads to assist Indiana minority, low-income, or educationally disadvantaged college graduates in pursuing a law degree and a career in Indiana legal and professional community. So in looking at the students for fair admission versus fellows of Harvard College, the case that came out last year, we are really looking at underserved, underrepresented, first generation, social economic, and there's nothing based solely on what was prohibited under that. So we have a wide range of students that are doing it. It has been very successful. We have had, the last time I looked at bar passage rates, the bar passage rates for the ICLEO were greater than the average bar passage rates. It was like 80%, some was 90%. So the program is really an opportunity for underprivileged, and the application process is very much geared towards following the requirements of the Harvard case, SCOTUS Harvard case. And both Notre Dame, McKinney, and Maurer are all committed to working with the program and following the strictures, and it's been really successful. We've had over 600 graduates.
600 graduates total throughout the years in the program.
I think it's 636.
And the program started back in 1990.
It started in the late, I think we just had the 25-year anniversary, so I think it's 1998.
98, yeah, I thought, okay. Thank you.
Representative Garten, or Senator Garten, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief Justice, thanks for your presentation. This is more just a clarifying question. I want to make sure that I understand one of the requests. So one of your requests is a $3 million additional increase for Court Technology Fund. My understanding is the Sheriff's Association currently gets $3 million. I don't know if that's per year or biennium for, I think, an integrated system. Is that the in-jail system now, or what is that $3 million?
I don't know. That would be a different fund. That would be. I don't know what system that they're using with that $3 million. This would be in addition to develop this interrelated system between the courts and jail. It may be for existing, and it may be for victim notification.
It just says jail management system in my
Right.
notes, so I'm just curious.
Yeah, they're not funding this. This would be separate.
Right. I guess I'm curious of where the overlap is in those two systems, or do they interface, or what? To me, it seems like a big request if we're already giving $3 million for a jail
Right.
management system now. So
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out what that $3 million's funding.
And I don't know. It may fund the systems, the different systems they have in place. There's different victim notification, there's different intersections with the DOC. And again, we're not mandating this. This is something that they're asking us to do and build. So I think that's separate, but that's a question I will know before I come back here for my next meeting.
Yeah, no, that'd be great. So I guess just to clarify then, and this may be in the notes, so if it is, I apologize if this is redundant. So the jail management system that we're referring to in this presentation is the in-jail system, is that correct?
Correct.
And that system by itself is going to cost the state how much?
It's to develop it is, and then once it's developed, it I don't imagine it'd be $3 million a year, but to develop it and to roll it out, it would be $3 million per year.
And so that segues into where I guess I want to go. What's the upkeep cost going to be
I don't
year
know.
over year?
Is Mary here? What's the upkeep cost for in jail?
I would think it would be under $1 million a year.
Yeah.
To support all the users as well.
So under $1 million a year of ongoing costs from this point
Right.
out. So really what we're not just committing to the initial development costs. I just want to make sure we're clear
Right,
on
but
this.
the other thing that I would say is that when you look at, I got a breakdown for today of filing fees and what comes in on the state, and there is an uptick on cases right now. Filings were down a little bit post-COVID, and the state receives, right now on filing fees, $76 million. Local government on filing fees, $59 million, and then there's a second level that's $10 million. So there are some operating expenses we have, there is some uptick. We'll look at it, and the other thing that we can do, which we've done so far, is we've been seeking federal grants to get this started because of the need and the requirement. We will also seek that, and we have not been shy about reverting money back. We've reverted significant money back over the years on that, and we would continue to do that. So that's what we would be looking at.
Okay. And so the intent would be to continue to apply for those as well, though, too?
Correct.
Sure. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
And to get it going, because I think we wanted to see if it was going to work and what the sheriffs would think about it. So we've done this, we've engaged different communities, different sheriff's office, and we're building it, and it may be slower, and if we can't get funded $3 million, it'll just be slower on doing that. But we're committed. We think it's a really missing link in public safety, that we don't have our criminal justice systems interface with each other.
So will the state manage the system moving forward? Will that be a separate contractor that'll manage the contract of the in-jail system and sort of manage the
We
data
would
and
manage it,
information?
just like we manage Odyssey, because we're not a unified court system. So if we never mandated Odyssey. We sort of marched through the state, and they did that. We manage that system for all the trial courts, and this would be the same for the in-jail.
So would we have to add any full-time employees or any other staff, or?
No.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Kadora? Senator Kadora, I'm sorry,
Thank
again,
you.
two
Thank you,
times
Mr.
I've made a
Chair.
mistake.
In different chamber rooms, we either upgrade or demote legislators. Chief Justice, thank you for your presentation. I appreciate all the justices for your work. I have two quick questions. I'm looking at the actual agency operating account summary document, which is the document that shows the numbers.
Right.
The first question I have is on the first page, the lower half, looking at the guardian ad litem line item.
Right.
It is not changing. Is there a change, increase, or decrease in guardian ad litem cases across the state?
No, like last year, we had about 20,000 children represented by ACASA. You know, it's fluctuated some. It seemed like it went down for a little bit, and now it's coming back up again. They figured out it was like 475,000 hours volunteered by our CASAs to the children involved with the DCS system. So it's, you know, these cases, and you're going to deal with that with a larger budget request, but they're valuable, but we're spreading this. You know, almost I think there's just 2 counties that do not have a CASA program right now. So we've grown. I think there was about 8 counties for a while, and we brought those counties in, and we do the training and the requirements. But no, it's necessary, but it's always a challenge getting volunteers. I just went and spoke to a group of retired teachers, urging them, please consider. You'd be our Cadillac of volunteers for the CASA program. I think it's a well-run program in Indiana, and it really is a testament to the volunteer nature and the spirit of these kids that find themselves in court without having a voice.
No, I appreciate for them. Very passionate about this program. When I was the CFO for the city of Indianapolis, that amount of dollars did not change much since I saw it in 2016, almost 8 years ago.
Because it's a volunteer, so we're
Right.
keeping that, and it's, we also have another volunteer program for incapacitated adults. We're seeing more and more endangered adults.
Right.
So we have a VASIA program, we're not asking for increase in funding on that, and I think we have like 900 VASIAs, and those are people that volunteer their time like they do for children, but for adults that are in danger and in need of a voice.
I appreciate for that. My final question on the first line on the second page of the same document, the drug and alcohol programs, it is a flat line, if I'm looking at it correctly, at $100,000. What does this program do, and what is the rationale behind keeping it flat? Is it an intervention program that helps individuals, or what does it do?
Yeah, the drug and alcohol program, and that's been around even before, like even off this chart. I mean, it was around when I became chief in 2014, and it funds initiatives. You know, it's one of the biggest surprises to me as a judge, finding out that the primary referral source, other than self, to get people to treatment is a criminal justice system. So it's developing evidence-based diversion programs in counties. The legislature also assisted that through problem-solving courts, but sometimes funding's needed for initiatives that are not in the problem-solving courts. It'd be local, so it's local grant money going out on initiatives for drug and alcohol diversion.
My final question is more on the policy side, and I'll be more than happy to connect with someone on your team that work for the justices. There are several individuals across the state who lost their lives in domestic violence cases. Some of the parents reached out to me recently, as recent as 2 months ago. Jessica was a nurse, 47 years old, at Riley Hospital, killed this past December. I spoke with her mom. They are concerned about that the protective orders and other measures in place might not be as protective for victims of domestic violence. So at one point, maybe outside of this budget hearing, would love to connect with someone on your staff to learn more from a policy perspective. What can we do to help more on a local level with these types of issues?
You know, the number of protective orders for both personal and workplace violence is up. I mean, it's amazing in a state, since we did the protective order industry, protective order registry, we have 1.1 protective orders in our state. Now, some of them have expired, but it takes protective orders, when you talk about 1.6 million cases pending, protective orders are up. Workplace and domestic violence are up. So what we could probably do, while you make the policy, we can supply data to you with regard to putting in data requests. We have a separate cause number for protective orders, and then tracking with regard to the criminal justice system, because you have the protective, and then you've got intimidation, then you've got violations of the protective orders. How many, you know, what is the recidivism rate? What kind of policies can you make off the data that we should be able to supply to you? And that's sort of the beauty of having the immense amount of data through having a complete case management system in Indiana, which a lot of states don't have, but we have. That we can pull out for you what you need to make the policy decisions.
Justin, is it Faulkner?
Yes, he's here. Justin?
Yeah, I see your name on the presentation under the limited weapons disqualification data.
I'm sure he'll give you his
application.
cell phone number too, Senator. If I
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate your service.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I believe my mic was not on, so it's Justice Felix, I believe, is next with the Court of Appeals. Now the mic is on. Thank you. Morning, Judge. Take your time, but when you're ready, the floor is yours, sir.
Right there? All right.
We would urge the chair of the committee to provide lunch for all of us.
Just waiting for everybody to get the presentation.
Do I pass these along? Thanks. And copy?
Good morning.
Ms. Gospel.
Representative Delaney, good morning. I see you again.
That's the number of opinions I've heard from my daughter just in the last 24 hours.
All right, if you're ready. Okay. Good morning, and thank you, esteemed committee members, for hearing from the Court of Appeals today. My name is Paul Felix, and I am one of the 15 judges on the Court of Appeals. Because Chief Judge Altice is attending a national conference of chief judges, I have been entrusted with the responsibility and privilege of thanking you, our distinguished partners and friends in the legislature and state budget agency, for the funding previously provided to this court. I am also here to advocate for additional funding to help the court maintain its two national distinctions. One, as a leader in being one of the most efficient courts in the nation, and two, as being the 2023 recognized leader of civics education initiatives with the National Sandra Day O'Connor Award for our Appeals on Wheels program. The Court of Appeals workforce is the foundation for our nationally recognized success as an efficient administrator of justice. We issue a full opinion in over 2,000 cases every year. We don't rubber stamp our affirmed or denied like several other courts in the nation because we believe in transparency and the rule of law. That Hoosiers have a right to see our work, know why we reached our decisions, and understand the law. We also issue thousands of orders expediting judicial matters or addressing interlocutory items at the trial court level every year. Ultimately, our turnaround of cases is also one of the most efficient in the nation, with an average of 8 to 9 weeks after a case is fully briefed and submitted to us. Because we write full opinions on every case and because of our efficiency, every Hoosier family and business can take comfort in knowing that we take their cases seriously and move them to resolution without sacrificing quality. The Court of Appeals of Indiana is comprised of 15 judges and their support team of staff members. Our court is often the final step on the path to justice for the 1.8 million cases that pass through the trial courts each year. We reviewed the decisions of the lower courts to make sure there has not been any error. While there is an abundance of work to be done annually, we are proud to occupy only a small portion, 0.09% of the state's budget. We do that thanks to a sophisticated and skilled workforce of dedicated public servants, attorneys, administrative staff, technology, and communication professionals. We have been blessed to find people with servant hearts because their talents would make them easy targets for the private workforce. They choose to devote their talents to this court and citizens of Indiana, and for this, we are grateful. Our highly skilled staff and the expense of attracting and retaining them on our court is the bulk of our court's budget, making up 90% of our annual expenditures. The remaining 10%, not spent directly on personnel, supports the physical costs of maintaining the court's resources and technology. While it is common to expect costs to increase, the court's operating expenses have remained consistent. In fact, our operating expenses have decreased from nearly 15% of our overall budget in fiscal year 19 to just below 11% in fiscal year 24. Despite our slim discretionary spending margin, the court's accomplishments over the past 2 years have not only met but exceeded our expectations due to our disciplined fiscal practices and effective and efficient business model. Wrong slide, there we go. The court today has 3 change package requests for this fiscal budget. Our first request, change package 1, is for salary and personal service adjustments, or true-ups. As you know, in fiscal year 24, our judges receive salary increases in accordance with Indiana Code 33-38-5-8.1, and staff receive pay increases commensurate with those of the executive branch. The funds for the wage and associated benefit increases required is 5.8% over our appropriation, from the State Agency Contingency Fund in fiscal year '24. Projections for fiscal year '25, including a 3% increase for judges' salaries effective July 1, '24, the existing staff pay rates, and a projected 8% increase in calendar year '25 benefit premiums will require contingency funding approximately 9.2% over our current appropriation. So, in summary, the benefit premium increases projected by the state budget agency and average wage increases anticipated are the sole basis for our request of additional funding. In fiscal year '26, we are requesting $1,913,630, and in fiscal year '27, we are requesting $2,284,513. Without the additional funding, our projected deficit for wages and benefits is $1,394,932 for fiscal year '26 and $1,521,963 in fiscal year '27. Funding this request would decrease reliance on the state agency contingency fund required under 33-38-5-8.1 and 8.2 and more accurately reflect salary and benefit expenditures in the state's overall budget planning. Now, our second change package relates to our programming and communication capabilities. The court is extremely proud of its award-winning civics education program, Appeals on Wheels. Since the program was formalized in 2001, we have held over 700 events reaching high schools, universities, bar associations, community centers, and more to show Hoosiers what the judiciary does. Our Director of Communication, Ann Fuchs, who is seated behind me today, spends over 60% of her working days on the road, bringing this program to every corner of the state. For months prior to each oral argument, Ann works with host sites, judges, legislators, and civic leaders, carefully planning each event. Our goal is to empower and educate our youth and citizenry, bringing the branches of government together to show that we work as a team and build public trust. The level of impact, quality, and volume of these events has been increasing continually over the past several years. And currently, Ms. Fuchs, our Director of Communications, is a one-woman show. We are therefore requesting an Assistant Director of Communications to help her plan, execute, and expand the impact of our traveling oral argument program. If you have seen this program in action, and I know some of you have, you know the impact it has. In case you haven't, I'd like to take the next few slides to share the story of this program and its growth to illustrate for you the strong need for support we are requesting from the legislature to fund this position and ensure that we continue bringing civics engagement to future generations. As I mentioned previously, our years of efforts to promote civics education was recognized by the National Center for State Courts just last year. At the Conference of State Court Chief Justices in New York City, our Appeals on Wheels program was awarded the Sandra Day O'Connor Award for Excellence in Civics Education, making us a national leader in quality and volume of our program. We were so proud to put Indiana on the map in such a positive way, and we take responsibility for the ongoing leadership in civics education seriously. Because of this recognition, we are getting calls from Chief Justices around the country who want to learn how we do this program so well and so often. Quite frankly, the answer is simple, in my mind, in its singularity: Ann Fuchs. She plans each event meticulously, plans alternatives, and prepares for the inevitable monkey wrench. A typical Appeals on Wheels event is 1 hour long, 20 minutes of argument for each party to a case, and then at least 20 minutes for the students or audience at this venue to allow us to ask questions to the judges and time for our answers. Often those questions that we receive are regarding the law, how to become a lawyer, how we took our path from being a student to becoming a judge, or really just about anything. Of course, anything other than the case they just heard about. And based on what we see and hear from students, all of this planning and effort is worth it. After leaving an Appeals on Wheels event, students and teachers reach out to us about careers in the law, futures in public service, for mentorship and guidance as they enter their bright futures, and of course, to schedule next year's oral argument at their school. Because of this program, students have a face to put with a name, a memory, and an experience to guide them as a future voter, citizen, and civic participant. Each year, we add new venues and schools to our roster. Under the leadership of Chief Judge Altice, the Court of Appeals instituted a diversity outreach initiative, making a targeted effort to connect with diverse populations around the state. We visited new charter schools, high schools, and even added an annual visit to Gainbridge Fieldhouse, where hundreds of students from multiple schools now gather annually to see a live oral argument in one of Indiana's most iconic venues. In this picture on this slide, you see our visit to Gainbridge earlier this year, where our venue was the practice courts used by the Pacers and the Fever. We learn so much about our youth through these events, through their questions, and we hear from the educators that our program provides exactly the inquiry-based experiential learning environment that is one of the most proven methods to teach lessons that last a lifetime. In this picture, you see our venue was on the basketball court used during games in the middle of Gainbridge Fieldhouse, and we thank Danny Lopez for offering this venue to us for these events. We are so grateful for so many of the people in this room who have attended the Appeals on Wheels program in the past. We know that when you visit schools with us, you are taking time out of your busy schedules. Some of you have even partnered with us to bring the Appeals on Wheels program to schools in your districts or where you know there is a need. Special shout out in this photo to Senator Bray, Representative Greg Porter, and Senator Hunley, who came out to support our Appeals on Wheels in their districts and even visited with students afterwards to answer their questions about the legislature. We love teaching kids about the role of the Constitution and Indiana law and our important responsibilities to interpret the law, not create it, as judicial officers in the state. Trial court judges and legislators come together with educators at Appeals on Wheels events like here, Representative Pryor, who is joined by Marion County Judge Charnette Garner at Pike High School. We are proud to help support the legislature's civics education goals and mandates through this program. If you've joined us at these events, you'll know what I mean when I say you can feel the growth of trust and confidence in government in the audience with every question they ask. We travel to every corner of the state. With our current personnel, we are able to reach 35 to 40 sites per year, but we want to expand our impact and reach more. With the addition of only one extra person to our team, we can add up to 20 more schools, universities, civic education groups to our award-winning educational and civics outreach program each and every year. I want to thank you for considering this change package request. This new position would fall under the existing salary schedule for court administrative assistants. Our request of additional funding of $91,407 in fiscal year 26 and $94,711.74 in fiscal year 27 was calculated assuming an estimated 3% adjustment in benefit premium increase for staff in calendar years 25 through 27. All right, and now for our anticlimactic ending, our final request is for additional funding related to the 8% annual increase in data storage and related costs. In order to keep pace with advances in technology and in light of the fact that more and more of our court's work is dependent on that technology, we are asking for an increase to help pay some of the associated costs. We have calculated that potential increases in IoT services will cost an additional funding in the amount of $2,086.98 in fiscal year 26 to account for the fiscal year 25 increase projected by the state budget agency and $1,017.31 in fiscal year 27. All right, thank you, friends and colleagues, for your time, support, and collaboration as we work together to make Indiana the greatest state in which to live and work. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Questions from members of committee? Seeing none, you did an excellent job. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Representative Thompson. Thank you. Thank you.
I believe next on the agenda, we have the Public Defenders Council. Come forward, please. Welcome. Both of you, the floor is yours. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson. I'd like to thank the chairman and the committee as a whole for allowing the Public Defender Council to be here to present our budget. My name is Bernice Corley. I'm the executive director of the Indiana Public Defender Council, and next to me is Zach Stock, our legislative counsel. I'd like to start by introducing the agency itself. Are you able to hear me okay? I see you. Let me scoot closer. Is that a bit better? Okay. So the Public Defender Council is a state agency in the judicial branch. Our function is two buckets, is how I'd like to describe it. Our primary charge in statute is to support public defenders who are providing indigent representation in all 92 counties. The second bucket is to work for the fair administration of justice that supports public defense at the local, state, and federal level. We are an independent agency in the judicial branch. What that means is we're not under the control of the Supreme Court, nor are we in their budget. So we stand alone. We do have oversight, however. We have an 11-body board. So one member is ex officio, and that's the state public defender. That office is always represented on our board. And then we have 10 members who are public defenders who run for election to be on our board. So that's the governance of our board. That's the structure of our board. The General Assembly created the council in 1977. That's 4 years after IPAC, or the Prosecuting Attorney's Council, was created. So when you think public defense and you're like, which agency are we talking about? The Public Defender Council is the counterweight to IPAC. So that's the structure that we have. So with that, I'll turn to kind of just an update of what our activities are. So as I said, we work to support public defenders in all 92 counties. And what that support largely looks like is we provide training. So we've done that since 1977. And before the pandemic, our trainings really were old school trainings. People would come to Indianapolis for large events about 3 times a year. And so that's public defenders leaving their posts in their counties to come and attend trainings in Marion County. And I want to stress, excuse me, how challenging that is. It's always been difficult, but public defense in Indiana largely relies on private attorneys who are willing to take contracts. That is true all across Indiana. So when you think about your counties, your districts, your systems are relying on private attorneys who are willing to take contracts. The challenge to that is that it becomes quite difficult for attorneys who need to get their CLEs, their continuing legal education, to leave their post in Noble County or Fountain County and come to Indianapolis for an all-day event, and then it's literally almost 2 days out of the office. What has really changed how we've delivered services is the pandemic. Before the pandemic, as I said, we were largely large events, all-day events in Indianapolis. Well, we had to shift during the pandemic, and that shift allowed us to create, or caused us to create, online live trainings for defenders, and we did it over the lunch hour. So attorneys were able to sit in their office, in their county, in their space, get the CLEs that they need without losing time in court, without losing time meeting clients, et cetera. That shift has caused not only attorneys to be able to work more efficiently in their offices, but it also has caused a savings to counties. So counties that would have gotten a bill from an attorney for their mileage, for their CLE credits, those counties aren't experiencing that anymore. Their attorneys are getting free credits or very low-cost credits provided by the council at a savings to them. This is really important because we are in an attorney shortage. You may have heard that already today. And so as much as possible, we're trying to provide supports and what attorneys need to do their job and to be qualified to do their job as efficiently as possible. In addition to research, we also have a support hotline. So attorneys who have questions, who need help, we literally have a hotline that attorneys can call and ask for assistance. We also help with brainstorming. So if an attorney has a question, a complicated case, we pull together a brainstorming team. We'll even pull together attorneys from their county, if we can, who know the judges, who know the lay of the land, to help them formulate strategies in representing their clients. Finally, another tool that is very important that we provide to our clients is, in law, legal research is really important. It's very expensive to pay for Lexis or Westlaw on your own as a practitioner. It's almost cost prohibitive, or it's just very expensive. As a state agency, we use our purchasing power, and we're able to contract with Westlaw, which is one of the best tools available. And then we're able to sell seats to attorneys, private practitioners who do this work, who would have difficulty accessing those services on their own, for a cost of $360 a year. So we pay for it, and then we turn around, we sell it to the attorneys, and that's how we balance out providing that service. You'll see from our transmittal letter that our services are very well used. Just from this biennium alone, our research requests are in the thousands. Fiscal year 2023, we had over 800 requests for help. That's over 1,800 phone calls from attorneys asking for assistance. These are not easy yes or no questions. These take time to develop and provide a response back, so it's a great deal of time. And you'll see that the requests went up even in fiscal year 2024. So our services are greatly relied upon and needed by public defenders, and we are constantly, because there is a great deal of turnover in public defense, so we're always reaching out to find new public defenders, to make sure they know about us and make sure that we're available to help them. And so with that, I want to turn to our budget request is a keep on the lights budget request. We are not asking for anything new. We're asking for 3% COLA for our staff. We anticipate an 8% increase in our IoT charges, so we ask for that. And we've asked for 2% increase for our rent. That is our budget request. And so that is what we have to present.
Thank you. Questions from members of committee? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. I believe next, if they're ready, we have the public defenders Commission. Sir, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours. Take your time, though. We're way ahead of schedule, so we're doing fine, so
Love to give you time back if we get my PowerPoint.
take your time. Thank you.
Just don't disconnect anything by pulling this laptop closer to me. All right, my name is Derek Mason. I am the Executive Director for the Commission on Court-Appointed Attorneys. We used to be called the Public Defender Commission, and as of July 1st, now you have officially renamed us the Commission on Court-Appointed Attorneys. And I want to thank, of course, Chairman Thompson and Vice Chairman Mishler for inviting us to speak here today, and I'm honored to do so on behalf of the Commission and on behalf of the counties and public defenders across the state with our budget request. And of course, we'll be remiss to not recognize Chairman Thompson's and Representative Delaney's long history of support of criminal justice issues in the state of Indiana. And of course, Representative Porter has been on the commission when it was the Public Defender Commission a long time ago. And then Senator Garten serves on one of our public defender boards and in Scott County, I believe. And then Senator Kadura, of course, as a city controller, recognizes, I'm sure, the importance of our budget and how it impacts counties across the state. I know some of you are probably, because of all of that, pretty familiar with our work, but I do want to give you a bit of a history of what we have done and what we do, how we operate a little bit, and then also what we are doing now and what we are doing looking toward the future. We are one of 3 public defense state agencies, but again, formerly known as the Public Defender Commission. Our commission comprises 4 legislators, so 2 senators, 2 representatives, 1 from each party, 3 gubernatorial appointments, 3 Supreme Court appointments, and an Indiana Criminal Justice Institute appointment. And they're the ones that oversee the operations that we do. We've been around since 1989. The legislature created us to start because of recognition of some really poor capital death penalty practices. And then a few years later, recognized the significant underfunding of public defense in the state of Indiana and the lack of standards and the lack of quality that was in existence at that time, and allowed for public defender non-capital reimbursement for counties that chose to abide by standards. Specifically, when I say standards, we have a variety of standards that counties can voluntarily choose to participate in order to receive up to 40% reimbursement for their non-death penalty cases. Every county is eligible for 50% of their death penalty reimbursement if they follow the Criminal Rule 6 that the Supreme Court sets out. But when I say a variety, I'm not going to go over the big ones. I describe it as a stool with 3 legs. So largely the stool I'm not going to go into, but the 3 legs that hold it up are caseload maximums. You don't overwork your attorneys so much that they can't do a sufficient job, a sufficient job. You also have to have attorneys that are qualified to meet specific minimum qualifications so that you don't have a real estate attorney representing someone in a murder case. And then some compensation standards. And when we talk about compensation standards, we're talking about counties have to pay their public defenders based upon what that county has chosen to pay its other attorneys in that county doing similar work, typically prosecutors. Or they can pay hourly, which is set to 75% of the death penalty rate in non-capital cases. So 75% of the death penalty rate, and that rate is set by the Supreme Court. And here it is again. So we provide 40% for non-capital reimbursement to our counties, 50% in capital reimbursement, and then as of just a few years ago, we've started Title IV-E reimbursement, which I will go into in a bit as well, explaining what that is and what that means for counties. This is a history line of our non-capital reimbursement expenditures. Just you can see it continues to increase. Part of the reason it continues to increase is because our number of participating counties continues to increase. You can see there was a dip in the middle. That was when the commission was underfunded and we were not able to provide the full 40% reimbursement back to our participating counties, and some counties chose to drop out. If you want to know if your county's in, of course, you have an annual report in front of you. You can look at the back for the last fiscal year. And then here you can see another map that'll be in your slides as well. When we talk about why these standards are important, it's not just giving money back to counties, but there are benefits to participation in commission standards, let alone just helping counties with the cost and burden that is associated with providing public defense. It is a state burden that we have passed to counties to provide effective public defense in Indiana, and the state has picked up their portion by allowing these counties to get a portion of that back if they abide by the standards and guidelines set by the commission. But what we're talking about when you look at commission versus non-commission counties, you're talking about a 12% lower per capita jail population in those counties that follow our standards. You're talking about a 20% lower rate of low recidivism risk individuals going to the Department of Correction. So hopefully we're sending to people to the Department of Correction that in theory would need to go, and not people that don't need to go, that are at low recidivism risk. We're talking about nearly 3 weeks less time that children are placed outside of their home in DCS cases, and 64 days overall shorter DOC commitments. Those are all significant cost savings to the Department of Child Services, to the Department of Corrections, to county jails, and of course to the citizens of Indiana. When we talk about capital reimbursements, there's a huge range. It really just depends how many death penalty cases are pending in Indiana at any point and whether or not the county's paying for those attorneys. Typically they do, and I would say in 99% of cases they do. And ultimately, the range has been, we exclude 2021 because it was a COVID year, it was just bizarre, so it's an outlier, but anywhere from $72,000 to almost $1 million in capital reimbursements since fiscal year 2017. And that is just something completely out of our control. They are, by statute, our priority reimbursement, so we prioritize that 50% before we can give any county their non-capital reimbursement. So we've never not given a county 50% of their capital reimbursement requests. When we talk about Title IV-E, I said I'd explain that to you. DCS was the receiver of Title IV-E in the state of Indiana, primarily, and just a few years ago, the federal government decided in children need of services cases and termination of parental rights cases, so we're talking DCS cases. In those cases, the federal government has decided to allow some level of reimbursement. It's not a huge amount based on the way our Department of Child Services calculates IV-E, but some level of reimbursement for public defense expenses in those cases. And that was a novel thing. And we were one of the first states, in fact, I just had a meeting with Texas on how we got to be one of the first states to provide this reimbursement back to counties. So we are the pass-through agency for those funds back to counties. DCS said they don't have that relationship with counties, and they had no desire to be the entity to do it. And so if somebody was going to provide this new funding source to counties, it had to be us. And so we picked that up, in part with funding that you gave us called At-Risk Youth and Family Funding, which I'll talk about in one second. And you can see here it's growing, the amount of money that we are sending back to counties. Hamilton County is going to be a large recipient. We hope in 2025 they signed the agreement to participate, but they're not reflected in our 2024 federal funds returned estimate because they are not starting until 2025. But they have signed the agreement. All the gray counties are counties we have not yet convinced just to file the forms with us. There's no requirement to comply by standards. If you represent any of the counties in gray, all they need to do is sign an agreement that's required by the federal government, and then we are providing them incentive funds to offset any data collection costs, reporting costs, not really data collection, data reporting costs, and then it's free money back to the counties from the federal government to offset their expenses they're already spending. And that's the message we continue to try to get out. We also are able to offset our own expenses by some amount as well, because we do provide 40% reimbursement for those DCS cases. And then At-Risk Youth and Family Fund pilots I'm going to talk about in 1 second, we also receive some reimbursement for some of those as well. In July of 2021, the legislature gave us $2 million a year for at-risk youth and family to support at-risk youth and families, primarily in Department of Child Services cases. One of the primary goals was to reduce DCS involvement, shorten the length of involvement, and reduce juvenile court involvement. And so we have used those funds to roll out various pilots, and I wanted to give you a brief update on those. In 2023, that was reduced to $1 million and then folded into our regular budget. It was not specifically stated for at-risk youth and family funds anymore, but we did have that $1 million decrease from what we were receiving the previous biennium. We did, again, use those funds for that Title IV rollout, and then we also launched at-risk youth and family pilots such as these, the System Navigator programs in Monroe, Vigo, and Washington counties currently, which are essentially, well, I'll explain all of these in one moment. We're a juvenile early intervention team that was requested in Marion County, a children in need of services and termination of parental rights mediation program, which operates primarily in central Indiana, and then a medical legal partnership that we're very proud just launched this year in partnership with Child Advocates and Riley Children's Hospital to hopefully prevent families from getting involved with the Department of Child Services in the first place, which was one of the main goals of that at-risk youth and family funds. It's just very hard to offer a preventative pilot through public defense when public defense is primarily something that gets appointed after you get involved with the court. But we did find a way to launch a novel program. So for the system navigators, I'm proud to say that we've had good outcomes here, but essentially what we are doing is we're providing social workers in some cases and former DCS workers and others to partner directly with the parents and with the attorney to go to those child family team meetings the attorney doesn't have time to go to meet with the family very early on and get them involved and understand what the importance of what is happening in their case, what the importance of cooperation is, help them understand when a service provider is telling them something in language they don't understand, help them understand what it means in layman's language. And we are seeing very, very positive outcomes. We are seeing a reduction in case length of around a month just in the overall case length, and you know how long these cases go on. These are extended through 2025, so because we still have so many cases opened just from 2 years ago, and so we're extending these as long as we can and have the funds to do so. And then out-of-home days for cases with removal is over a month as well. So we're talking about children being removed from their parents for a month less if they have a system navigator than if they don't, and the case closure is happening sooner as well. So we are wrapping up these DCS cases sooner, and very satisfied outcomes from the judges in these counties reporting that they are very happy with the outcomes. The juvenile early intervention team is essentially ended now. 954 clients were represented by providing social workers directly to those juveniles that are in secure detention, basically as soon as they can before they ever come to court. And you can see here dramatic reductions in the number of children that were detained immediately post-initial hearing, 20 days post-initial hearing, and at disposition. Those children in Marion County that were in secure detention at disposition that did not have access to this early intervention team had an 8% retention rate at the time of disposition, meaning from the inception through disposition of the case, versus 1.6% if they had access to this team. It's so successful. This is exactly what we want. The counties are picking up these programs. So we are happy to report Marion County is picking that up to maintain it on its own. And Monroe and Vigo are in the phase-in program of their system navigators to fund it at 50% of their own while we phase out that at-risk youth and family funding. The CHINS and TPR mediation is ultimately, we're still collecting data on it, but we have positive outcomes that is resolving cases sooner. Again, that is our goal with this, because that lowers public defense caseloads if it resolves a DCS case quicker. And then we have that medical legal partnership. Again, it just started in early 2024. It's going to last 2 years. 25 accepted referrals. They're starting in one clinic, and then they're expanding it out, and they're providing social workers, and they're providing civil legal aid support through Child Advocates, so that if a family is at risk of becoming involved with the Department of Child Services because they have special needs, or they're facing a rent crisis or an eviction or some other issue that a civil legal aid attorney can help them with, with, or some other issue that a social worker can help them with, even back in their own community. So this is all over the state. You just happen to come to Riley. Then they are getting that level of support, and we are tracking the level of involvement or deferral that they don't get with DCS. But again, way too early to report the success on this, but they are expanding it to further clinics. And we're just very excited to be able to offer that for the first time. And it is, as far as we know, the first medical legal partnership involving children in need of service cases that we've been able to find anywhere. Public defense fee changes, as you may recall, also with our name change, was a change in public defense fees. These are fees that shall be assessed by a county judge when they appoint a public defender to a misdemeanor or a felony case, unless they find that the person simply cannot afford this fee at all, then it can be waived. But it went from $50 for a misdemeanor and $100 for a felony to $100 for a misdemeanor and $200 for a felony. That first amount always stayed with the county, and by this way the legislation came out, it still does. The increased amount, however, is supposed to come to us, the Commission on Court-Appointed Attorneys. So the extra 50, the extra 100, the first receipt of that will be in December of this year, and it will only cover a 4-month period. The amount of money that we're talking about in the initial inception of these fees is probably in the thousands of dollars. By the time, a few years down the road, as people pay their fees, we are the last priority of fees, as the way that it was implemented through court technology. So if they pay all of their other fees that go to the counties and other entities in the state, we will be right above fines, and that's it. We will be the last recipient. So it does take time for a lot of people to pay these things, and we will be the last recipients of it. So we will not know how much money this actually will generate. It is not going to be ground-shattering amounts of money, but we don't know how much money it will generate for a while. There is a report that will be filed with us by, it's supposed to be by the clerks, but the Supreme Court's Office of Technology is going to be providing that to us on their behalf, because they're the ones that do that division behind the scenes. So we're very excited to be able to say to you which counties are generating how much and all of that, but that'll be January of each year, and this January will just be a very minimal period of time while judges get used to this new fee. Or it's not really a new fee, but the new way to assess the fee and making sure they're assessing it correctly. The other huge thing that's coming up, obviously, is and that we're very happy that the legislature did for us, was to allow a up to 12 county misdemeanor pilot. We have solicited for counties right now, and we are getting applications for counties that want to participate. There's a huge data collection component, and obviously there is a significant component required by the legislature that any county that wants to receive this misdemeanor funding does have to the judges have to do some extra steps. And so because of that, a county council can't just say, hey, we want the money. We have to have buy-in from the judges. And it requires a form that the Office of Judicial Administration is still finalizing. So we won't really know those 12 counties until closer to that 2025 start date, and it runs for 4 years, with a report due back to you about the impact that misdemeanor reimbursement has had or not had, depending on how the pilot goes. But I am happy to say with all of that, our goal has been to fund that pilot with our existing funds, and we understand the challenging nature of the budget this coming biennium. And so you can see here and in our request that we are not requesting an increase. We are requesting to be flatlined this coming biennium. We do expect that our existing funds will fund that misdemeanor pilot for the first biennium. And as I mentioned to everyone that was willing to listen, in the next biennium, as counties continue to join, we may need more money in the next biennium for new counties that join, and we have those projections in the slides. But at that point in time, we will be addressing that at the next biennium. At this biennium, we will not be requesting new funds. And I just want to end, I'm always proud to say that over 96% of every dollar we receive goes directly back to counties. Our overhead's very low. We have a lean staff, excellent staff of 8 people supervising over 68 counties. So with that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And of course, you can always reach out to Andrew Cullen as well, one of my staff members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just like to share with the committee, you know, you grow as you serve in the legislature. And it's been now 20 years ago, and this, you know, a 2-minute conversation stuck with me for 20 years. And I made this statement to an attorney that was serving. I says, I don't like this spending public dollars because you might have a guilty person go free. And their response back to me was, it just caught me. It says, 100 times worse is for an innocent person to be convicted. And that has stuck with me for a long time, that it's terrible when an innocent person gets convicted. And that will probably never leave as long as I'm alive. So just wanted to share that. Senator Mishler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, in your presentation, it almost sounds too good to be true kind of thing. So with that being said, why, if it is so good, such a great program, why are there so many counties that don't do it? Is there some buy-in? Is there hoops to jump through? There's got to be a catch.
The number one issue is that in Indiana, since the 1800s, when the right to misdemeanors were first established, is that a judge gets to choose the public defenders in their courtroom. And some judges love to retain that control. That is the number one problem that we have. The number one time that counties join, I'll say number 1 and 2, I will say it's about equal, is the attorney shortage everybody's talking about, which is driving up costs for attorneys and our own program. The county council's telling the judges, you must do something now. We need to find revenue. And the judges feel forced to reach out to us for once, because what is required is a public defender board. And the board is supposed to be in charge of the public defense program for that county, as Senator Garten is a member of one of our boards. The importance of that is independence from the judiciary. I had a judge in a county that joined a few years ago, and one of a large neighboring county to Indianapolis. And the judge said they were let go because they supported the wrong judicial candidate from their public defense contract. And that is what is not supposed to happen. You should not be afraid to, ideally, it's not so much about elections, but you should not be afraid to file what you need to file in front of a judge because you know that judge hates that motion if it needs to be filed. You shouldn't have to worry about your job. And that's what a public defender board provides. So the other number one way that we have counties that decide to join is when a new judge comes into office. And they're like, why am I in charge of the public defense program? There are some counties that so much underfund their public defense program, or there are counties that are so well-to-do, basically, they've said they just don't need the money and they don't want to answer to Indianapolis.
So you're saying the number one reason is really because the judiciary in that county doesn't want to give up control?
I would say that is the majority of the time.
Thank you.
Yes. Representative Habeck, or Director Habeck, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Hey, I got a promotion. Yeah. Well, Director Mason, thank you for the presentation. Just to go back to your dedicated revenue stream again and the slide that you had on that.
Yes.
Walk me through that again. So my understanding was that you got $7.4 million exactly every year.
Correct.
Obviously in 2 installments.
Correct.
Semi-annually. So what's the change here? Is it now it goes through a distribution and then whatever is left over?
So there's no change to the $7.4 million. Okay. It just got kind of, the language of it was weird, so it got kind of changed in the current budget cycle. But the $7.4 million still comes twice a year, 3.7. We get $3.7 million on June 30th of every year, so we will always have a carryover. You cannot spend $3.7 million on the last day of a fiscal year when everything's closed. But that's the way the statute was worded. So there's no change with the $7.4 million. That is generated by a $5 public defense administration fee that is on just essentially almost every case, infractions, just tons of cases. And then the public defense fee, if that's what you're talking about, yes. The public defense fee change is just going to be a new revenue stream to the commission that the legislature felt that the way it was explained to me by some legislators, there was a push to recognize that the state is putting some money in, the counties receive some money back through these public defense fees, but the state should also receive some money back. And if a county wants their piece of that pie back, they should join.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Mason.
Thank you.
We've heard a lot about the shortage of attorneys.
Yes.
How does that affect this commission that we have named another public defender commission, which is named?
Commission on Court-Appointed Attorneys.
Yes.
It rolls off the tongue, doesn't it?
Right. It really rolls. It rolls away. What are we doing in regards to that? And how many attorneys that you don't have because of the pay? Just
Yeah.
could you kind of illuminate a little more on that?
I will be happy to. So, I was an economics minor in college, right? And so when supply goes down and demand remains the same, right? If you're not going to lower the number of offenses or the number of defendants, it remains largely the same, and your supply of attorneys goes down, then what happens? Cost goes up. And that's what counties are finding. And it's a very trailing number, is that they have to pay more to get attorneys to be willing to do the work. And that is affecting prosecutors and public defenders. Public defenders, because we tie their contract amounts under our standards with what they pay the prosecutors, right? And so that's why when we say if there's some attorney shortage bill that comes out this session and it affects prosecutor pay or it affects the things that impacts our standards, there's that caveat on this slide. We may need more money to be able to address that, but our base budget, if nothing else changes, we are not requesting an increase. But we are doing other things as well. Proactively, we are providing, we have a method now where judges, public defender boards, and chief public defenders can go to our website and find attorneys that take public defense cases and what they're qualified for in surrounding counties. And we're doing things along those lines to try to help people find attorneys that have an available caseload. It also helps them find how much caseload they would have available to work in their county based upon how many other counties they're working in and how many other cases they're taking. So that's a tool that we just launched this quarter and launched at our annual training with our participating 68 counties in October. So there's things that we're doing. The Supreme Court has made clear that they are leading a charge on this effort on the attorney shortage, but we did get significantly involved, and we hope to get your support in the future of a scholarship project to fund attorneys that will law school scholarship to go into prosecution or public defense, or if they choose to leave that profession early, they would potentially have to repay a portion of that law school scholarship. But that would help direct people into those particular professions, we hope. That's something we would like to see this session. But that wouldn't be run through us. We expect that to run through the Commission on Higher Education.
Thank you. Further questions? Senator Kador?
Thank you for your presentation.
Of course.
I can't help but think about the overall mission of the criminal justice system and how each player, whether the judiciary, the public defenders, or the prosecutors, play a role in that. And for us as a budget committee hearing a budget, I like always to tie dollars with performance when it comes to you don't necessarily control the outcomes of the entire criminal justice
Sure.
system. However, when I look at investments, the taxpayers will pay for someone, whether they stay in jail or prison, or they will pay for a person, an innocent person mistakenly jailed, or for a criminal who was on the streets committing crimes. So in any of these scenarios, the state, the taxpayers are paying for any of these scenarios. My question to you, are there any good investments that can reduce recidivism and help people live productive lives from your perspective as a public defender or representing the public defenders on the county level? And are there any specific programs like social services or wraparound services that can help these individuals live productive lives so that they're not coming back through the system, costing the taxpayer more dollars in the future?
Let me say this. There are a lot of programs that could be tested. And we got the at-risk youth and family money, and we're showing how those things can impact families and children. I think that if we were to run a pilot, it would probably involve social workers, which we know are super beneficial to public defenders and their clients and outcomes. But the problem is you have to have adequate training on how to use a social worker. I believe it was California that threw social worker money at public defenders, and there was no sufficient training. They weren't used effectively, and that would obviously need to be part and parcel of this, is the attorneys need to know how to use the support staff that's provided to them. And that is a challenge in Indiana, where you have 92 counties and all these different methods of providing public defense. And so I think that the number one thing to help recidivism that comes to mind is adequate caseworkers/social, they don't have to be social workers, but case managers, caseworkers, social workers that can identify mental illness needs, that can identify substance abuse needs, can identify homes, therapy opportunities where they might be able to go, and be able to do those things prior to, whether it's on some sort of other release and prior to just being sent to prison. I think that would be a long-term cost savings and help not only our employment opportunities, you know, all you see are now hiring signs everywhere, right? So it allows these people to be back in the community and be functional. I think that would be something we would be interested in doing if someone was interested in doing that. But I think a pilot showing outcomes would be the most beneficial thing we could do to offer you.
I wonder if the Criminal Justice Institute has a study maybe on a statewide level that can look into what worked, what didn't work, and maybe tie that data with national trends, looking at the NCSL and maybe some of their reports on criminal justice. We used to have a data task force dealing, Senator Kreider, I think, used to lead it on criminal justice reform for juveniles specifically. So
there are a lot of things that are national, obviously not tested against our particular population. So if you wanted to fund a particular program, run through whomever, I would support it. I do think that those are beneficial things to look at.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you for presenting.
Thank you, everybody.
I believe next we have the Prosecuting Attorneys Council. And come forward, please. Sir, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours. Again, way ahead of schedule, so take your time and whenever you're ready.
Awesome. Thank you. Starting to see why the PowerPoint program was not here. All right. We might have to do this the other way. You know what? We'll just do this live. Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, various staff members. My name is Andre Miksha. I'm here representing the Indiana Prosecuting Attorneys Council. I serve as the IPAC's Deputy Director of Administrative and Civil Law. I recognize that it is 11:25 and I am between you and your lunch break. So let me just dive right in and do what we can. As a review, we are, as Ms. Corley put it, the counterbalance to Public Defenders Council. Our mission basically is we work for the 91 elected prosecutors in the state. We provide training, manuals. We are that resource, the sort of hotlines and calls. That is who we are for the prosecutors statewide. So as we go through, this is ultimately our statutory duty, but this is ultimately what we do. Who we are a staff of, at this point, 19. Our 19th just started this morning, our legislative liaison. 14 of us are attorneys, and you've likely heard in other committee environments from a couple of these individuals. But let's talk about how our agency is ultimately funded. So looking at the first one, we have a general fund, our operational fund, 16,670. So the budget request that we look at here, our operating fund, which covers mainly our personnel, when we have conferences, trainings, all sorts of different things. If you look at the 20-year history of the requests and what has actually been appropriated, certainly then when you adjust it for inflation, we've actually decreased our funding over the last 20 years. That is not a decrease in need. By no means is that the case. But you do see the change there from 21 to 23 is reflective of a few things, mainly the across-the-board increase that was seen in that 2022 general salary adjustment and changes made to state IoT. But then as we look down to the next line, we have IPAC 4D operations. Now, we are obviously a small agency. These are actual numbers, not millions or thousands. We are only looking at IPAC operations budget of $1.5 million. The IPAC Title 4D operations is both a general fund appropriation, then there are dedicated funds to that. The 4D reimbursement I'll talk about here in a moment, that is based upon really what is coming from Title 4D, that is child support enforcement. The federal government reimburses the states for that amount, and a certain amount comes back each year and is divvied out, and we'll talk about how that is divided up between the various parties involved. The dedicated funds then are those that are compensated directly to our agency from the federal reimbursement of the salaries of our staff members who are dedicated solely to the 4D mission itself. So this line is ultimately federal money that is earned in recognition of the work of prosecutors and the courts around the state and supplies the money for that fund. Now, as we look and talk about how this cost is recovered and where that comes back, starting in 2014, and this is awfully historical, but from our recollection, IPAC hasn't had the opportunity to present at a budget committee hearing in maybe those 20 years we talked about earlier, so if you'll so allow. In January 2014, a consistent split of the 4D reimbursement funds was set up to normalize and make it predictable for the legislature to be able to budget for it and come in, because we didn't necessarily know exactly what's coming in from the federal government. So what was determined is that there would be a portion, basically the idea is this: 2/3 is reimbursed to the state. So the federal government gives us 2/3, thus the empty portions on these charts. And then the full 2/3 then gets split by a portion being set aside for accounting, and then the remainder is split 3 ways. Those splits go to the Supreme Court for their judicial education, court form technology. A third comes to our agency, IPAC. That forms the basis of the 47,525, the one you see there. And then you have the other third going into the state general fund. So what this means, though, is that 1/3 into the state general fund, in essence, has covered more than IPAC's. You can see that each year the state's been recovering around $2 million, $2.3 million. It has covered IPAC's other general operations fund already. So our agency is awash. We're almost making money for you based upon our child support enforcement actions. So view that as certainly as a net positive. As we go down through, DOT NHTSA fund, so this is the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, so this is a grant coming in through the Criminal Justice Institute, and this fund is used to support our 2 traffic safety resource prosecutors, Chris Daniels and Erica Dobbs. They are national level speakers in the area of traffic safety and all of their efforts within the state. Then you look to our substance abuse prosecution. That's a special revenue. 333794 sets that number. Augmentations routinely authorized for that fund. This one is used, it used to be called the Drug Prosecution or Drug Resource Fund. Our drug resource prosecutor, Dave Thornburg, and his efforts are supported through this fund. And then finally, the bottom one there, the High-Tech Crime Units Program, is relatively new. This arose out of legislation Representative Steerwell pioneered based upon what was happening in St. Joe County and Tippecanoe County, and we made it a statewide program. So legislation passed in 2021, program is administered by IPAC. That is, we basically use that $3 million and support the 10 high-tech crime units that were stood up around the state by 10 individual prosecuting attorneys. So while 5% of the high-tech crime units program monies can be retained by IPAC for its administrative costs, we've prioritized in each of these fiscal years getting the money out to the units themselves. So fiscal 24, for example, we retained less than 1/10% of the money and made sure as much of that $3 million made it out to those fledgling units. So what do those units do? So the high-tech crime unit program itself it is about the prosecution and analysis of digital evidence. That is an area that is very expensive, both in the forensic tools and the forensic training that's required by the individuals. And so what we see here, you have charted out, most of it is coming from cell phones. That is lots of information. I've tried cases with such data, and it can be very, very valuable data, not only to find appropriate evidence to determine that the person charged committed the crime, but also to find evidence that the person, the suspect, did not commit the crime. And that was one of the hallmarks of it, is that it is available to defense attorneys as well if they need it. So during calendar year 22, calendar year 23, the units assisted on 4,500 cases, which roughly means about 7,500 devices over that time. So here's an idea of where the 10 units are located, what sort of numbers they each push out. Now, not only have the costs of the highly specialized and technical forensic tools continued to increase, but personnel costs have to remain competitive. We've heard a lot this morning about how do we keep attorneys and attorney shortage, and how do we retain and encourage individuals to stay certainly in the public service. But here you have skilled technical operators who understand digital evidence and these tools, and there's a wealth of opportunities for them outside. So we must remain competitive to maintain and recruit the best candidates. Further, if the program's to continue to grow, each unit needs more personnel to make that happen. Now, each of these units, you'll see some of the lines are smaller than others, and a lot of that is the high-tech crime units was based upon what was going on in St. Joseph County, what was going on in Tippecanoe County. Those units had been up for a long time, having very close relationships with their universities, providing opportunities for college students to intern and really experience digital evidence and be on the cutting edge of law enforcement, and it's been a wonderful experience. And other units are starting completely from scratch, and so in 2022, they're forming and they're having to buy equipment and just really try to put it together for themselves. What you see here, the cost of high-tech crime units, what they are facing, software, that is the blue part of your pie there. If you're colorblind, my apologies. But the 41%, the vast majority, is the forensic analysis software. It's very specialized, used to download, parse, and make sense of all the ones and zeros that are found on electronic devices. The other 32%, the other big chunk there, is payroll. So over the course of 2.5 years, about 9,000 devices, about 5,000 cases were assisted around the state. Significantly, and really what the point of a high-tech crime unit was to bring turnaround times down. That is, when you think about justice delayed, it's justice denied. It's really decreasing the amount of time that evidence takes to move forward in an investigation or within the prosecution. And we had a point in this where turnaround times were about 8.5 days, where a device would be handed over by an investigator, and these high-tech crime units could turn them around to provide that evidence to be analyzed by the investigators. That is unprecedented in this field, and it's been fantastic. However, we don't want them to be victims of their own success, and do want to encourage them to be able to grow and adapt as they are used more and more. So those are our main ones. As we talk about our change packages, what you ultimately see, we have requests to both our general fund and IPAC, a small one to substance abuse program, and then our main big ask here with the biggest numbers on the high-tech crime units program. Our first one, our change package one, is about right-sizing 16670. What we mean by this is for many, many years, because our general fund monies have remained static, we've had to lean on our 4D money, our child support money that we've been receiving in order to make ends meet. And so what this does is actually, what it means really is by February each year, we are moving individuals from our general fund and starting to pay them out of our 4D monies. And there are some employees on our staff that, although they aren't necessarily 4D employees, see their compensation come out of that fund. What we're seeking here is to actually make our operations fund those who would normally be under the 4D, or excuse me, the normal IPAC operations fund. So Based in large part on those shortfalls in the general fund over the years, we've also held off on filling an administrative assistant position. The workload on our other assistants has increased to the point that we would hope to fill that because we don't want to lose our experienced incumbents. What you see in these charts here, so the blue line on the left chart shows that our personnel costs have hovered around half of our expenses when you look at what we're spending out of our 4D money and our normal operations fund. So this isn't us struggling and hiring too many people. We are maintaining the same mix of actual expenses. And yet you're seeing over that same time we're having to rely, and that's what you see on the right, we're having to rely more and more on the 4D fund in order to make all of the bills. Change Package 2 is about the increasing money that is being asked for our forensic tools. Cellebrite and Magnets are the large two companies in the field. Those are the software packages and the hardware that allow for the downloading of electronic devices, parses them out, makes them readable and usable, not only to prosecutors but to defense counsel. Then Cellhawk, Monolith, and Burla are other tools that are necessary in this field. But what we see is that price increases here have outpaced inflation. And that is going to be a problem, especially as we look towards fiscal 26 and fiscal 27, that we believe another $350,000 would be enough to make up that difference. Change Package 3 is looking to retain our personnel, that is, to make sure that the individuals who are hired either in 21 or 22 when these units are being formed, that we're able to keep those experienced incumbents in those positions to remain competitive and make sure that they're not leaving. Job listing site Glassdoor reports that government and public administration sector pays a median salary of $107,000 to digital forensic examiners. ZipRecruiter suggests a lower figure of $73,000, but it's clear that that includes part-timers. So they can be lucrative jobs, and out in the private sector, it's certainly problematic. Accordingly, we have other units. We have some of our units that look to other funding streams, federal grants to operate. And what we don't want to have happen is to have the host prosecutors lean on their local counties, because this is, in the end, a state program with regional approach. And so to lean on an individual prosecutor for that does not seem right either. Change Package 4 is an additional $1 million for high-tech crime unit. Here, the idea being we hope to be able to allow each of the units to hire at least one full-time member. To be clear, these are not state employees. These are ultimately employees of the prosecuting attorneys. Each of the individual prosecuting attorneys, by statute, the prosecuting attorney and the chief deputy are state employees paid by the state, but their expenses, their actual payroll for their deputies and their staff are county money. What our grants do is actually pay for those costs. So what we're making sure is that there's additional money to be included for those units to continue to operate and to actually grow. As we look to Change Package 5 and 6, this is looking to a general salary increase. Here, we've requested an increase in our general fund appropriation to cover the costs of year-over-year 3% increases, plus fiscal 27 extra payroll. What you might have noticed over the time, you might have heard from a few of my colleagues who have testified previously, recruitment and retention at IPAC is a very key and central concern. We have to be experienced, we have to be great in our field. If you look at our agency leaders, our executive director was an elected prosecutor, our deputy director of criminal law was an elected prosecutor, our assistant executive director has been a career prosecutor with significant supervisory experience and is an all-around powerhouse. My original draft did not use the term powerhouse, but I'll let you figure that out. As for myself, other than a couple years and other assignments while on active duty in the Army as a judge advocate, I've been a career prosecutor myself, including 12 years in Hamilton County as the chief deputy. Our resource prosecutor positions demand skilled attorneys with vast skill sets in that subject area. When people call in, as Ms. Corley was talking about people calling in and calling PDC. When prosecutors call IPAC, they're in the middle of a trial. They need experts. And for us to be able to give them the answers that our criminal justice system needs, we need to retain good quality people. Then, as we look to change package 7, IoT increases. This is just as technology increases, as that cost gets passed to the individual agencies. We're asking for additional monies there. And Lexis AI, Lexis Plus AI. You heard from Ms. Corley that IPDC provides Westlaw to public defenders. We provide Lexis, the other big legal research item out there. We had an opportunity at IPAC to have a trial with this Lexis Plus AI. It is not a ChatGPT sort of AI. In fact, I'm not here selling Lexis. I'm just explaining what this product does. But what is nice about this AI product from Lexis is that it's been trained purely on Lexis's materials. So it is using court cases and statutes and this sort of thing. It provides a great place to start your research, even in addition to doing your normal legal research. What we're hoping with this amount of money is to provide the IPAC staff with this, and then to be able to provide one user at each of the offices out in the field, so they would have that superpower. That is ultimately my presentation, and I've left you time before lunch.
Senator Mishler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm doing the math here. So for your operations, that would be over a 50% increase. And for your high-tech crimes unit, that's a 50% increase.
Yes, sir.
I mean, people are coming in here and asking for 2 and 3. That's a pretty bold ask.
It is. What I would ultimately point you, Senator, is to the stagnancy with which our general fund has suffered over the years. That really, in order to meet the needs to make the criminal justice system work the way that it needs to, these are our asks. And obviously, we're not the decision maker, but what I don't ask for, I can't get. But as we look to high-tech crime units, in order to make that program continue to grow, it's going to need that money.
Thank you. Senator Representative Delaney.
Yes, as I understand it, the 4D program is just a matter of collecting child support from people who don't pay. Is that fundamentally what it does?
Well, so the prosecutor's role in child support, Representative, is prosecutors help represent the
custodial
support, right? Represent the custodial parent in order to obtain money from the non-custodial parent who is not paying, and so it is provided. It is a service provided to those custodial parents, free to them, so that they don't have to hire private counsel
and they're funded
and seek
by
that.
What? Who funds the 4D court system?
Well, that's where, so Supreme Court, as you saw the reimbursement, some of that's coming in through the courts, but it depends on which part there you're talking about, because obviously county clerks are having a role in that as they are receiving and sending out the money. Prosecutors have the role in seeking the enforcement actions against the non-custodial.
Who's funding it? Who's funding it? The people who aren't paying, or the federal government, or the state? Who's funding this system?
Ultimately, the monies I've discussed here are coming back from the federal government.
Right. Okay.
But I don't believe that that's actually coming from the custodial parents.
Right. So you're trying to relieve the pressure on the 4D system. Okay. When you do that, you're going to create a fund that goes back into the 4D program. What are you going to do with that?
So the 4D has, as you saw from, let's see where it was. Yeah. From IPAC's perspective, the 4D fund has been our backstop and our rainy day fund.
You've been draining it. So if you stop draining it, what happens to it? That's my question.
It would only get the appropriations and the dedicated funds that are received.
This is very hard for me to follow, because why is there, quote, excess money in the 4D fund that can be moved over to these other purposes? How did that happen?
Because ultimately we haven't spent down, over the years, we haven't spent down that other non-reverting fund. We've continued to, but money still exists in there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your thank you for your presentation. Well, I believe that's what we have scheduled for before noon, actually before 12:30. Let's set a time back here at 1:15, a little longer lunch, and if we can kind of keep ahead of schedule, it'd be nice. I know some members or the presenters may have a schedule conflict too, so let's plan to be back here at 1:15, and we'll pick up with the agenda there. So with that, we stand in recess till then. Getting back to order, and I believe we're ready for Comptroller Nastala. Pronounce that right, excuse me there. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and members of the committee. It is a true privilege to be before you today. I appreciate the Budget Committee for its strong fiscal leadership. In my role, I have the privilege of highlighting the hard work the General Assembly has done over the past 2 decades to put Indiana in the strong fiscal condition it has enjoyed for many years now, with a AAA credit rating, healthy cash reserves, a balanced budget, low debt, and well-funded pensions. This is a great credit to all of you and an outstanding service to Hoosiers. I am nearing the date of my first full year serving as State Comptroller. I was previously the president of the Boone County Council, as well as the president of the Indiana County Councils Association. I'm grateful for this experience, as the Comptroller's Office and local units are partners in the distribution of tax revenues to counties, cities, towns, schools, and beyond. This year has provided great insights into the state's finances and the ways in which my office supports state government. The Comptroller's Office processes nearly every financial transaction for the state of Indiana, including for fiscal year 2024, the biweekly payroll checks for more than 33,000 active state employees, $8 billion in timely payments to vendors, and nearly $9.5 billion distributed back to our local units. We also process legislator travel payments and per diem, working closely with House and Senate staff and LSA on these functions. In addition, we produce the 2024 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, which is before you now, all 900 pages of it, that is the audited financial data and the tangible evidence for the strong fiscal position in which our state enjoys. And it plays a large role in helping Indiana maintain its AAA credit rating. For the 31st year in a row, Indiana's ACFR has been awarded the highest recognition possible from the Government Finance Officers Association, and that truly is a tribute to the accuracy, accounting skill, and dedication of my team. However, as you might suspect, this document is not widely read. So we worked to distill it down to a 2-page newsletter format to get it into the hands of Hoosiers so that they could understand in a very concise format the strong position that our state enjoys. And this will be done and promoted following the ACFR every year going forward. I would also like to offer that as a stakeholder in PeopleSoft Financials and Human Resources, which is the system of record for state fiscal and employee data, we work with IoT, SBD, and the budget agency in the development and ongoing maintenance of the software. This collaboration allows us to continue to enhance a strong system for the state that gives us confidence in the financial and the payroll data utilized by management. Going back to our local partnerships, in this past year, we have also continued to build our office's relationships with county auditors, county treasurers, county councilors, commissioners, and clerk treasurers from cities and towns. Our meetings together across the state have been extremely beneficial, and from feedback we've received, we have created a calendar of tax distributions and remittances, documenting the cyclical action items we have with local units. Additionally, these meetings are building bridges. Local officials are providing important feedback that we are conveying to state agency CFOs. For example, we learned that our county, cities, and towns are receiving payments from the state, but oftentimes the payment messages are vague as far as where the money should be deposited. So we are working with our state partners so that additional details are included to streamline the distribution process. And another takeaway from these meetings has been that fund number consolidation is a priority among local units of government, so that the fund numbers between DLGF, SBOA, and the local units are the same. This project will align the local government budgeting, property tax collection, and financial reporting functions, creating an opportunity for unprecedented transparency through the entire process, along with increased ease of information sharing across state agencies, and a significant reduction in duplicative data submission from local government and data collection by the state. We appreciate the current attention of OMB and the State Budget Agency in the tackling of this project from a funding standpoint. Additional good news I have to report as an Indiana Public Retirement System board member is that per the General Assembly's directive for IMPERS to divest from China, and I'm aware that the author of this bill is right before me, Senator Chris Garton, that goal, that duty, has been accomplished in 1 year's time, 4 years ahead of the statutory requirement. By carrying on in the spirit of that statute, as the chairwoman of the Indiana Deferred Compensation Committee, which governs Hoosier Start, we proactively voted to divest from a fund that had exposure to Chinese entities and eliminated an ESG fund from the investment menu. Also of particular interest to you, regarding IMPERS, the Legislative Employee Pension Fund, I'm pleased to say, is fully funded. Today I come before you requesting a flat appropriation, the same amount as the last budget cycle, and this includes maintaining a 2% reserve. Our plans for the upcoming biennium include continuing to streamline payments and financial reporting through the use of enhanced technologies. This will allow us to better connect data and unify processes across the state for a more efficient compilation of the ACFR and the schedule of expenditures of federal awards. We are also expanding the UKG timekeeping management system following a successful launch in our state hospitals and Department of Correction facilities. And we are collaborating with the Treasurer's Office and IoT to increase cybersecurity and fraud prevention, training internally for our state and for local units of government. Furthermore, I am focused on enhancing the ease with which state financial information can be reported, found, and utilized by adding a federal grants dashboard on the Indiana Transparency Portal to easily access information on federal dollars received by state agencies, departments, and local units. And creating a portal and gateway for local units of government to electronically submit documents for review and approval for settlement. As State Comptroller, I am at your service. I appreciate your consideration for maintaining our current appropriations for the execution of the duties of this office, for which it is an honor to provide Hoosiers. Thank you, and I certainly will take your questions if there be any.
Thank you. questions? Representative Delaney?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. What percentage of the expense of your office consists of serving on the deferred compensation function?
Yes, I have with me the director of our deferred compensation program, Stacy Schneider. Stacy, would you please address this question?
So let me put the question a little better. Sure. How much money do you spend on running the deferred compensation system, and what percentage of your overall budget of the office is that?
So the deferred compensation plan is paid for and reimbursed by the Hoosier Start plan. So we have an administrative fund that's paid for by fees, and we're reimbursed. So overall, I would say about 30% of our staff, 30% of our staff's time is spent on Hoosier Start. We utilize our record keeper nationwide for a lot of our work.
Okay. And does your department, I guess we'll call it the Controller's Office, have any special expertise in pension related matters than, say, INPERS has?
We don't do the direct investments. We utilize a consultant for our investment consulting, who we rely on for some of that information.
Well, you're responsible for the investment, right?
We are responsible through the Deferred Compensation Committee. They oversee that piece of the deferred compensation plan.
But your staff don't actually do the investing. You have an outside agency that you hire?
We utilize an outside vendor
And who's
to,
that?
to provide recommendations to the committee.
And who is that?
Capital Cities.
Is that a local company?
It is.
Okay. And who is the head of that?
The head of that is Joe Bill Wiley.
Okay.
And there's another partner. I apologize, I don't recall his name.
Would it in any way
Excuse
interfere
me,
with the other operations?
Excuse me, Representative, could you repeat that, please? We couldn't hear. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no-
Joe Bill Wiley is one of the partners. There's another person that I am happy to get you that name.
And I take it that if we remove this responsibility for pension related, for example, gave it to INPERS, that would not disrupt any of the other functions of the Comptroller's Office. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Senator Garten?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and at least thank you for your presentation. I just, since you brought up Senate Rolled Act 268, I'd be remiss if I didn't make a comment about that. So I want to commend you and your office for expediting that. I know we worked closely with INPERS and your office when we drafted that bill and tried to find a glide path that wouldn't be detrimental to Hoosier investments. And furthermore, I want to thank every member on this committee. That was a bill that passed unanimous out of both chambers. Many of you, Representative Delaney, Representative Porter, you voted for it twice because you're on Ways and Means, so you voted for it when it was on the floor and it was well in committee. And Senator Kadori, appreciate your support as well. So it was a good bipartisan vote and bill, and so just appreciate your work on that. So thank you.
Thank you, sir, and my thanks returns back to you.
Thank you. Further questions from members of committee? Seeing none, thank you for presenting today. We appreciate that.
Thank you again. It's my honor.
Next on the list, we have the Treasurer of State. Treasurer Elliott, we're actually ahead of schedule, so take your time. You need to get ready, but whenever you're ready, the floor is yours, sir.
Well, my team's here, so I think we're ready to go ahead and get started.
Okay, please go ahead. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for the opportunity to come here and present to you. It's good to see all of you back at the State House. It's a little quiet when you guys aren't around, so I appreciate the opportunity to visit with all of you and to talk about some of the good things we're doing at the Treasurer's Office. So as you know, the Treasurer of State has a lot of duties, the chief being Chief Investment Officer of the state, as well as we handle all banking relations for the state of Indiana. And we have just an amazing team here that works with us. One of those is one of my deputy treasurers, Mike Frick, who is also our portfolio manager. Also not here present, but also one of my deputies is Kim Logan. She handles our operations and banking relations. And I also have about five different quasi-governmental agencies that I run, as well as sit on 18 different boards, from Emperors to the Housing and Community Development Association. We're really excited to present this budget to you. One of the things I want to point out to you that we're very excited about is to report to you that as of fiscal year 2024, our average daily balance is $17.6 billion. So the state of Indiana has been investing wisely with the authority that you've given us, and trying to do well for the state and make sure that we have good, we're following good, sound fiscal policy and doing those things that will help the state move forward in a responsible fiscal way. The other thing I want to point out is that some of the things that we specifically work on, I am the sole trustee of the State Police Pension Fund, and as of now, we have a healthy funding status of 71%, which is very good. But I want to point out that our net return right now is 7.12%, and that has, over the last 15 years, given us a cumulative return of 170.1% for our State Police Pension Fund. So we are working hard. I have a really, really good team. I'd love to say that I'm doing all sorts of amazing things, but what I really think is I have an amazing team that makes me look really good. With that, we have presented a budget to you, and there are some slight increases that we're looking at, and I wanted to explain some of those. We're looking at a $361,650 increase for fiscal year 25, a $478,650 increase for fiscal year 27, fiscal year 26, fiscal year 27. And the reason for that is normal salary increases, but also we are looking to bring in 2 employees. One would be an IT director for the Treasurer's Office. We need to do quite a bit of modernization. And my team has told me that they're, kind of tired of me being the IT director of the Treasurer's Office. So they think that and we all agree we need to bring someone who can do that full time. And then we also need another cashier on the banking side to work with that, with Kim and her team, so that we can flesh out our team. Traditionally, the Treasurer's Office has been very just on a shoestring budget, and we've been very careful with the amount of employees. We only have we'll have 18 employees with this addition. So with that, if there are any questions, we'd be happy to answer them. I know there's a lot of things that we do. There may be questions. I'm here, and of course, if there are things that I don't know the answer to, Mike or Tina behind me, who runs our career scholarship accounts, will also be happy to help us answer them.
Thank you. I think for the public, and just to clarify, you talked about 17-point-something billion dollars
Yes.
typically. And I understand, well, for the public at large, we have, what, 2.5 billion in reserve,
Yes.
give or take. And so explain where that other, roughly 14-15 billion dollars sit. And would you mind doing that for the public
Absolutely.
at
So, that reserve is exactly as I said, it's a reserve. The other amount, that 14 or so billion dollars, those are the funds that you have allotted to pay the needs of the state of Indiana. Everything from salaries to roads to you name it, different things throughout the state that we as a state pay for. In the meantime, while we are waiting to pay those needs, we invest those funds. And when we invest those funds, we invest them in very things that only you as a General Assembly have told us we can invest them in. So bonds, treasury notes, commercial paper, very, very specific, very, very conservative, because we need to make those funds liquid when the time comes.
Thank you. Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with those investments, how long do those investments usually last? It's 3 months, 6 months, a year, or what?
We have a variety of different investments. Some of them are shorter term, some are longer term. We don't have a specific, always this amount, but it does vary. Mike can give us maybe a few more details on those specifics.
Sure. by statute, we can, the final state of maturity is 5 years and in. So very
5
short
years?
term, 5 years and end, so very short term. So the bulk of it, the weighted average maturity is about 190 days. So, you know, a little over 6 months is the weighted average maturity of our portfolio. The bulk of those dollars, what we classify as general fund, does include reserves, but it also includes unspent dollars, as the treasurer referenced, and all the other operating accounts. So that makes up about $13 billion. But for the most part, it has to be fairly liquid. I mean, we can't, you know, we have big dollars going out all the time. So, you know, and it's not uncommon to have $1 billion distribution on the 15th of every month, which includes tuition support and some other distributions. So big dollars are going out. We, you know, because of that liquidity need, we're, you know, we try to extend, get as much yield as possible, but yet we need to be liquid, so we don't have to sell out of investments. What we own, we could sell out of without a loss, but it's just, you know, we try to earn as much as we can with that in mind.
Is there a portal or a snapshot on those companies that you invest with during that short term of 190 days, maximum of 5 years?
We do have some reports, custody reports, but typically what you might be envisioning, it's made up of treasuries or agencies being, or government-sponsored enterprises being Federal Home Loan Bank, Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae. You know, those are the issuers of the paper that we own, so the treasuries. Some commercial paper. So there's not, you know, it would be very common names of what we gave you, but, you know, so you could see something that might be 6 months old, it might own a Federal Home Loan Bank that's 5 years maturity. So, you know, so the picture of we could provide that snapshot of at like a June 30 or whatever holdings we own at a specific point in time. We could obviously provide that to anybody that wants to see that.
Mr. Chairman, if that's feasible, I would like to be able to see a snapshot of those said dollars in the organization.
Yeah, that's fine, yes.
We'd be happy to provide that to you, Representative Porter, without any issue. And that's something pretty much any time, if that's a question or need, that's pretty easy for us to provide. And also, I do want to clarify, just to make sure that we're clear for the public's knowledge as well. We're not investing in, say, Microsoft or a business per se. These are Treasury notes, commercial paper. It is very. We're not out there investing in Bitcoin, so to speak.
Thank you. Yes, just please send it to our office and we'll distribute it.
Absolutely. Mike, if you can handle that, we'll get that sent to you here within a day or two.
Yes, Senator Cordova.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Good to see you.
Senator, good to see you.
I have a question on the document titled Agency Operating Account Summary, which was submitted with your packet, which shows just the numbers. I'm looking at the Indiana Education Scholarship Account Program, so the ESAs. Your request doubles the amount from $10 to $20 million.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Can you share with us, under the current program, how many students are receiving ESAs out of the 10 million?
So, Tina, do we have a number of the schools exactly? How many schools we are serving?
Senator, do you ask schools or students?
Students.
Oh, students. I'm sorry.
837.
So
837.
837 with the 10 for $10 million.
And we have a waiting list. This is this program is doing very well. It specifically helps children with disabilities, and we now, for the first time, have a waiting list. And part of the reason for that ask for that increase is because we literally have families with disabled children who would like to be on this program and are not able to be on it.
Is the $10 million fully allocated to the 800 students? So what does that average to 10,000 plus 12,000 per student, correct?
Correct, yes.
And what is the wait list, the length of the wait, or number of people?
We have 631 on a wait list. That's attributed to $8.3 million on the wait list.
Got it. And most of these individuals are individuals or students with special needs, correct?
Yeah, all of these individuals. And there's a few siblings, very few, but there's a few siblings that are also on there because oftentimes it's very difficult for families to have children going to different schools. We now have the authority to let children whose siblings are, who have siblings in the program, but they only get the very minimal amount, which is $6,500?
State tuition allocation
Right.
And that's where I was going with this, is that I know under the state tuition support, there are several categories for special needs students. So that means if there's a wait list, that these students are shifting either from existing schools, or these are maybe homeschooled students.
Yes?
Do you know, one more question on this specifically, how many, or what is the percentage of homeschooled students out of the 100 individuals versus those who might have transitioned from public schools to the ESA? Do you have that number?
40% are educating at home out of the 800 allocated.
400?
40%.
40%
Of the 800.
are homeschooled.
Hmm?
And then my final question, when I look at both programs, the ESAs and the CSAs, the total ask for fiscal years 26 and 27 is 29.5 million. When I look at the administrative cost for both programs, 1.5 million for the ESAs, and then 500,000, so $2 million to administer 29.5 million, which roughly speaking ends up being about 15% administrative cost. Is there an opportunity to save the 15% if this was merged under the management of the Department of Education or the Commission on Higher Ed through the existing staff?
I will tell you that that probably would not function very well. We have a team that's very focused and very able to serve these kids. We have the skill sets. This is an area that they are just not as familiar with, and so I think that they would find that very difficult to do. We have built out technology and other tools that make this much simpler for us to manage, and so far I feel it's been and not only I, but many of these parents feel this has been extremely successful being managed under the Treasurer's Office.
No, I appreciate you. I'm very passionate about the students with disabilities. I was privileged that the governor signed my legislation, I think it was 2023, specifically dealing with that population. Most of these children are paralyzed from the neck below, nonverbal, non-mobile, and many live in my district, so I'm passionate about that. I was just thinking through how many other students, if the program continues to grow and you have wait lists, what is the appropriate setup for that program? Is it within the Treasurer's Office that is mainly in charge of investments versus an educational department that oversees education? I appreciate your work. Maybe this is more of a question of a policy question.
It absolutely is a policy question, something that you as a body get to decide, but have never been shy about giving my opinion, and I will continue to give it, that I feel that our office runs this program very well. While we do investments, I am extremely passionate, as you know, about school choice programs, and I feel like we've done an excellent job. In fact, our office, Tina and her team specifically, have been given national recognition for how effectively they've run the ESA program.
Well, I appreciate your service. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Delaney?
I want to ask similar questions about the career savings accounts, the CSA.
Yes, sir.
As I recall, last year, you weren't able to enroll as many students as the money would have allowed, but apparently this year you've managed to do that. Okay. How do you do that with 17 people? Who are you using to actually do that work of identifying the students and the intermediaries and so forth?
So the students, frankly, are coming to us through the schools.
Unaided?
Unaided sometimes. Also, our office reaches out to, because of our network of, we have people on our team who reach out to these schools and are looking to say, hey, how can we connect with you and help? So I don't want to say unaided, because really this is more of a, while things are going word of mouth, there is effort done by both the Department of Education and by our office to reach out to students and to reach out to programs who already have students and try to bring them into this program.
Aren't there intermediaries involved?
There are intermediaries involved as well.
Give me your word for the intermediaries. What's the correct term? Am I using the right term?
Intermediaries, providers. We also call them providers.
Are you suggesting that they're not finding students for you?
No, I'm not suggesting that at all.
What percentage?
I don't have a number of percentage. Do we have a percentage?
For intermediaries?
Yes.
So 23 intermediaries were approved by the Commission for Higher Education. Those that participate in the CSA program in totality are 3. So you have Employ Indy,
And Mr. Elliott, as I recall, I'm thinking about the staffing of all this. As I recall, when you testified here a year or two ago in one of these committees, I think you said you had 17 employees in your office?
Mhm.
How many employees did you add to run the ESA and/or the CSA?
Well, the
programs?
ESA program existed before I came
Okay.
on board.
So you didn't have to
And-
add any.
And so for the ESA, did we add 2? 3? How many?
We've actually gone down -1 seat, and then we added 1 person for CSA, so we have a total of 6 staff members.
So we,
Very cross-trained.
yeah, so what we've done, and this is what to Senator Cadora's point, we've taken our team, who's very good at ESA, we have translated that to CSA and been able to do it actually with less employees than when we started.
So with this small number of people you're dealing with, if I had your number right, 800 and some ESA students, somewhat 1,500 or so of the CSA students, 77 employers.
Yes, sir.
You're not using any intermediaries to conduct any of that work? Do you have any contracts related to this work?
I guess I don't understand the question, but when I say the work that we do, I don't have any contractors doing work for us. What we've done, and that was something that I came on board immediately and changed, we use technology. As many of you recall, I'm a software engineer by trade, and we came in and revamped the entire system. And not knowing what would happen in the future, we designed this system so that we could add additional projects that may come from the General Assembly. And because of that technology, and frankly, because of a really amazing team with Tina and the rest of her team, we were able to do all of this, you know, even these additional duties and additional students with limited resources.
As I recall, last year when the CSA got started and didn't have much of enrollment, the ratio of expenses or admin cost to what you were putting out was not very attractive.
Of course.
What is it now?
Do we have a ratio of admin cost to expenses?
So our carve-out is $500,000, and the majority is allocated, 50% of that is allocated to the Class Wallet, our financial management vendor, percentage to be able to allocate out the $9.5 million. So 9.5 is what's allocated to scholarships
Right.
for the students, and then we have $500,000 is carved out. We're on a percentage basis.
There's some financial management vendor, who's that?
Yes. Yeah, it's a vendor. They do this. They're pretty much one of the few players in this field, and their job is, again, this is how we tie our technology into theirs so that the actual distribution can happen.
So they're getting $250,000?
Yes, but it's fairly minimal. If you go to any program similar anywhere in the country, they're going to be someone like them will be doing this.
What's the name of the company you use?
This one's called Class Wallet.
Say that again?
Class Wallet.
Class Wallet.
We do have an RFI out because, you know, we've worked with them for a couple years. We want to make sure that we're still getting the best bang for our buck, so we have an RFI out to look at other possibilities of other vendors.
I wanted to ask you something about pensions. I believe you sit on the board of the INPERS?
I do.
Okay. Is there any competency that your agency has that INPERS does not when it comes to pension management?
Well, I would think that's a kind of a loaded question.
It's
That's
intentionally loaded. So
I
go right
imagine
ahead.
it is, sir. But I will say this. I have an excellent team. Mike Frick, how long have you been portfolio manager for the state of Indiana?
About 30 years.
About 30 years. So I have a very good team here, but at the same time, sitting on the board of Emperors, they have an excellent team on that board as well. They have excellent staff. We work together. My team here has worked with them on projects. So I don't see it as are we better than them or they better than us? I see this as we're all part of the same team. We just have different duties and we work on different things.
How much money do you have in the state police pension fund?
How much money do I have in the state police pension fund?
Yeah, of which
Give
you're
me
the
that
sole
exact amount.
trustee.
Let's see.
600 some million.
All right, well, before I can find it, he's got it right on the tip of his tongue.
600 million.
600 plus million, yes.
If memory serves, INPERS has more than 40 billion.
40, yes, 42 or so.
So I can't make any sense out of taking this one relatively modest-sized pension fund and giving it to your office as opposed to treating them like the other employees of the state.
Well, I will be happy
what's the
to
logic
give,
behind that?
I will happily give you the logic of that,
Oh,
sir.
tell me.
I have had the opportunity, I've been doing this for 2 years. I came in new. And of course, that was a question that was asked me by others as well. I have looked at how Mike works with the state police officers. They work together with us. There are needs that the state troopers have, especially benefit-wise. You have, unlike a lot of benefits that might happen for, say, a typical state employee, you have survivor benefits and other things that are very distinct and very different for, with our state troopers. I also believe it's really important that they have say-so and input into how things happen with their own pensions, because it's very distinct. And I will tell you, I will happily stand beside them every time to make sure that they have the ability to have that voice.
Are you saying that on the investment of the pension funds, state troopers have a more individual role than, say, somebody who retired as a teacher or
I'm
a
saying that
government employee?
they work with us and we talk and work with them specifically on how their pension funds operate. When they have benefits, for instance, you have a trooper who gets shot in the line of duty and he is paralyzed for the rest of his life. Those are very distinct benefits than, say, your typical state employee.
Well, of course, but we're not talking about benefits. We're talking about pension investments here. Is there any reason that we need to have a separate organization such as the Treasurer's Office managing what amounts to 2 or 3% of the pension assets of this
You may disagree with me, sir, but I think that's because we work with them directly and they have a voice. If you put it with emperors, you're literally going to find that they will not have the same voice that they have. They can call me and talk to me specifically. They can talk to Mike specifically. They are going to have a hard time doing that with something as large as that pension fund. Also, our returns, if you look as I gave you that number, I'll give that, make sure I'm exact when I give you that number. 7.12%. That's a better return than what we're getting in IMPERS.
So you think you should run IMPERS?
Well, I do not think that at all.
Well, why did
I'm
you,
just saying,
I saw you making criticism of IMPERS.
No, sir, I did not make a criticism. What I did is I pointed out that we are doing, that we are doing very well with what we've been given.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Senator Garten?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Treasurer Elliott. Hey, want to talk real quick about the Trust Indiana?
Yes.
Trust in Indiana.
Trust Indiana. Yes, sir.
That's right. I want to make sure I'm saying it correct. So, and correct me here because I'm going to recite a couple numbers and I want to make sure they're right, just as I understand them. When we break that down, it looks like we've got about 42% invested in commercial paper. About 56% of those are bank deposits, and about 2% of that's money market funds. Does that sound right? So, when I was going through some of the lines, I tried to hit the high points on a lot of this stuff, and there was one thing that stood out, and just want you to help reconcile this for me. So, I know you were one of the drivers on Senate Rolled Act 268 that helped kind of expedite that. You know, when I authored that bill, we had 5 years. You and Comptroller Lisa Nashala, along
Yes, sir.
your all's teams, helped kind of expedite that down to 1 year, and we're super appreciative for that. So, with that as the impetus to this question, it looks like the largest investment in the commercial paper piece, to the tune of almost $27 million, is Overseas Chinese Banking Corporation. And so it looks like it matures on December 6th of 2024. So can you help explain that particular investment to me?
I would have to ask about that one. Do we have any particular insight on that particular investment? I don't want to speak out of turn.
Yeah, I don't have specifics other than it's not a
Yes.
Chinese company.
It's Singapore.
Well, that's where it's based, but the name of it is Chinese Banking Corp.
Yeah, it's unfortunately named, but it's not a Chinese name under the law. It's a Singapore-based bank. Why they named themselves that?
Well,
If somebody could look into that and verify.
we
it.
will be happy to look into it and
And again, that
get
stuck
some
out to me
details.
because it's the largest investment in commercial paper.
Yeah,
And anything with the name Chinese Banking Corp on it's going to raise my antennas. A little bit.
absolutely. And what we'll do is we'll get those details.
Yeah, it'd be
We'll
great.
give you an exact report, and if there's some changes that need to be made, it's not very difficult for us to make changes.
Very good. I appreciate it, Treasurer. Thank you.
Yeah, if you would please send that report to the.
Oh, I was saying to
all of us.
everybody. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
please,
When I
yeah.
say you, I mean everyone. So.
Yeah, thank you. Further questions, gentlemen? Thank you for presenting.
you. Thank
Appreciate
you
that.
all.
Thank you. Next, and we're about almost a half hour ahead of schedule, is the Secretary of State. Take your time in getting ready. We're way ahead of schedule, so whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and members of the committee. Secretary Morales is chairing a motor vehicle sales advisory meeting that's still going on, so I'm going to go ahead and present our budget and respond to your questions. Christine Stanton, our comptroller, is here, and Kagan Prentice, our legislative director, is here as well, if they have anything to add. The agency's just finished up a really unprecedented general election. Tremendous amount of cooperation with federal government, law enforcement, local law enforcement, local emergency response agencies. A few more weeks to finish up all the tabulation, all the counting work on that. But we assess it as really being a success. The agency's been moving along with some IT operations. We're modernizing our business service division platform for all the corporate registrations. We're about 2/3 done with that project. We're replatforming and modernizing our auto dealer services registration platform that provides all the temporary license plates for motor vehicle purchasers. We're about halfway done with that. We're about 25% into our securities division IT renovation. We have a considerable number of projects in the pipeline to provide better service levels in our business service division, auto dealer service division, securities division, and with elections in the coming year. So we've presented our budget in a transmittal letter. I can go over our change package items. In the Secretary of State's general fund, there is about a $1.8 million increase requested. That really accounts, a large portion of that is just for increased staffing. We have 3 professional staff in our agency who are not funded in our current budget. We need to fund 5 additional professional staff persons. In our securities division, they need additional attorney, investigator, auditors. In securities, the investigation of investment crimes is really becoming more complicated. There are more online investments that are hard to investigate, hard to recover funds. They need some additional support there. We need some additional business service division, professional support, some additional election support. Election security really now requires a full-time staff person because elections are now part of critical infrastructure. We're really closely involved now with federal security agencies. There's a lot of coordination activity needed for that. Another large part of our general fund has to do with investor education and financial literacy programming. We have statutory responsibility to provide those programs. In prior years, the Securities Enforcement Fund, which was funded from fines and penalties, funded the financial literacy and investor education. Recoveries have dropped significantly. Restitution is a key goal in our securities enforcement. So the amount of fines and fees collected has dropped quite a bit. For these internet crimes, it's really hard to recover money. The companies, the perpetrators have often sort of evaporated into the ether. And so we're requesting $75,000 on appropriation to continue the financial literacy and investor education programming. We assess our increases in employer-paid benefits and in IT and personnel department seat charges at about $2,500 per employee. We have about 95 employees. So that's a component of our general fund change package. And about a $60,000 a year increase just in our points 2 through 9 additional just costs for all the supplies and services that we buy. The next change package has to do with Ball State's voter system technical oversight program. There's a 30% increase, about $322,000 request for that program. Because we've been needing, due to statutory changes, Ball State to do more to support our election programs with auditing, with training, with technical resource. They've hired additional staff. The university has actually increased the program management fees to support the program for the building and the employees and the IT support. So the significant amount of the increase in that appropriation, which is about 30%, just for the program hosting costs of that program. Moving on to the election division. The election division is looking for a 26% increase in its general fund. That's an increase of about $450,000. They have 2 underfunded professional staff positions there. They have some additional employee benefit costs. They have some additional costs for technical support that have not been funded, just I think due to the increasing complexity of election administration. The next change request is in voterless maintenance. The election division is requesting 23% increase. That's an additional $675,000. That is almost entirely due to postage increases and some handling increases cost there. It's about $1.20 per voter to send out these 2 postcards and to really verify our voter list. For the statewide voter registration, the change request there is 30%. It's about just a little bit over $1 million increase. The voter registration system has to do more due to some legislative changes to make reports, provide voter information. The system is 20 years old, and in IT terms, that's really antiquated. So the increased cost to administer that really leads us into a conversation about our capital request, which is $20 million over 4 years to replace or modernize the statewide voter registration system. The plan is to really develop the 4 components of that system. There's the voter registration system. There's the election management system, which provides services to the counties to keep track of their districts, keep track of their population, keep track of their elections, keep track of their absentee voting. There's the campaign finance, both state campaign finance and local campaign finance reporting component to that. The local campaign finance reporting is something the counties really need help with because they don't have an IT infrastructure for that. And then finally, there's the network security part of that. We have been funding for the last, I think, 7 years at about $3 million a year. A program you may recall is called FireEye and Trellix and Mandiant. And that's a network security program for the voter registration system that really provides counties with the cybersecurity they need. We believe that we can roll that now into the SVRS because the infrastructure's changed now. So we're looking towards a modernized voter registration system that's really unitized with all the features developed over the 20 years that will incorporate the security functions that we're paying in $3 million for out of the side. So we think there'll be savings for that program once it's really developed. The goal is really to have it developed in time for the next presidential election cycle coming up. We have some outside IT vendors who've been studying that and project management vendors who will have a really detailed report for us a little bit later in this year, explaining what the different approaches are to running that kind of system, to building it, to contracting for it, what the options are there. So, so that kind of covers our change packages. I guess if there are some questions, I'd be happy to start with those.
Thank you. Representative Delaney? Representative Delaney, would you mind? Thank you.
Question. Were there 500,000 Hoosiers who were registered to vote just a few weeks ago who may not be citizens? Is that correct?
No, I would not say that that was correct. I would say that there were, out of the, there were 500,000 individuals who had registered to vote within the last calendar year who did not have the Indiana Real ID credential and the Social Security number. And so that list, there was an intention to check that list to identify if there were individuals on that list that did not match up as citizens. So saying that, having this list of individuals who essentially have a reservation and checking that list to see if there were non-citizens on that list is not saying that there was a belief that they were not citizens.
Were there 500,000 who signed up in the last year who didn't have real ID or other identification?
Yeah, I think that's approximately the number who had.
Isn't that on the form?
Pardon?
Don't you put your real ID number on your form when you register to vote?
Yeah, yeah. If you.
So
if you
how did these get through the system?
Well, people can register to vote with postcards that are, distributed by mail. People on the corner on university campuses, so it's easy to get registered. It's easy for people to be registered more than one time, to register a second time just for good measure to make sure they're registered. But if they didn't match up in the system as being confirmed with the real ID, again, the Secretary of State and the Attorney General pursued an initiative to see if they could confirm citizenship of those that did not have that ID or overseas registrations that turned up. But that wasn't and it was really based on concern from voters and from poll workers and from counties about individuals that they suspected might not be citizens.
You're not saying they didn't have real ID, 500,000 people. What you're saying is you can't be sure from your records that 500,000 people
If the
had real ID.
registration system didn't show it.
Yeah, it didn't show. They may well be carrying it around. What happens to them on election day? They show up on election day, they're going to give their driver's license, which probably has real ID, aren't they?
Well, no one's turned away on election day.
No one is turned away.
Because
Let's talk the other side.
That's part of the training. They vote provisional ballot if they're even challenged. If they have no ID whatsoever, they're not even registered, they can still vote provisional ballot.
I'm not talking about the provisional ballots. The average Joe hands in their driver's license. It goes into a scanning machine.
Yeah.
So they have real ID when they show up. Did you verify how many of the 500,000 actually had real ID and actually presented it on election day?
I don't have that, and I'm not sure all that data is brought up to date yet in the SVRS, because that's part of a workflow over about the next 20 to 30 days. Some people, when they check in to vote, will be flagged if the system believes that their address needs to be confirmed, if they've recently registered, don't have all the credential information in the SVRS. that flagging is not an accusation that they're not a citizen either. It just says they're asked, do you still live at this address, or do you have a different address? Update it. The voting process is an opportunity to update the voter registration system. And so that, by law, that's functionality is built in there. I will say also that's administered by the election division, bipartisan group. Secretary of State does not do the voter list maintenance. We don't administer the SVRS. So that's really a collaboration, bipartisan collaboration to operate that.
Well, you wrote the letter. The Secretary of State and the AG wrote the letter, not the election division, right? The letter to Washington about saying 500,000 people came from the Secretary of State and the AG, not from the election division, right?
Yeah, but the letter
Okay.
was not an accusation that people were non-citizens. It was a request.
Are you going to follow up with this?
I don't know the status of it. I know probably maybe as much as you do from what the Attorney General has said about following up on some understanding that the federal agency would be able to provide those confirmations.
Are you going to give out the list of names?
Pardon?
Are you going to give out this list of 500,000 Hoosiers who may not be
The
citizens?
Attorney General is assessing that because it's not really clear whether that list is a public list. Agencies exchange information under agreements. There's data information, information privacy agreements, personal privacy information. And even the Social Security death list is not something that we have access to. We can't give that out to the public because the
So
Social
you don't know whether you're going to handle that out. Okay, that's what I want to know about that. Can an individual call up and ask if they were on the list? I suspect I'm on the list. I was registered so long ago. We did have Social Security cards, but we didn't have all this other stuff.
I think they could certainly call. They could go online or call their county clerk. They could go online and see if their voter registration had a driver's license or something. So on the IndianaVoter.com system, it's just basically what's on the voter registration list. So if they didn't register with a driver's license, then they would have been in that group being checked.
Any reason you waited till after the federal deadline to submit this list? Because you were trying to change the voter list within so many days of the election, which is not permitted. So why did you wait so long to send in your request?
Well, my understanding was so that it would have a complete list of, these are the registered voters for that election, and that the process wasn't going to exclude. It was going to just identify where more documentation would be needed at the voting process. So now I think there were some questions about whether the federal agency was going to provide that information or not, and that was really developing week to week.
So are you going to follow up with this? Are you going to ask Washington to tell you, now that we have a new administration, you're going to ask them to tell you whether all these people are citizens or not?
I think it's still open. I think the office is still waiting for a response from the federal agency.
Okay. Do you have a goal as to what percentage of Hoosiers we'd like to have vote? I believe we have the lowest voter turnout in America, or maybe we're one of the bottom one or two. So does your agency, which has all this money being spent on voter education, do you have a goal as to what percentage of voters you'd like to see in this state?
Well, the offices work very hard. I think more than any in the last 20 years office that I've worked with to register voters, to actually to help counties with grants and with support to register voters, to actually get out in the field to register voters, to publicize very much.
But then why do we fail?
Registration. So,
Why are we last? Why are we last?
Well, the actual last figure comes from some organizations that create metrics for.
Right.
They make a scorecard,
Right.
and so they pick certain things to put on that scorecard that sort of make it last. If you've looked at the people who were waiting in line to vote, you look at the turnout, you look at the enthusiasm for this election, it's really hard to say that Indiana could be so low.
So the
because,
Secretary of State's office does not know where we rank compared to other states? in terms of voter turnout? You don't know what it is?
I think it's a question of metrics for how you assess that. For example, you could say that a county like Marion County had a low turnout, but compared to a 2020 election or one before, but population has moved, what census data you use, what voting eligible population definition you use.
I'm talking about the total percentage of the population who are registered who vote. We're dead last or right next to that. What percentage of your budget is designed to deal with that problem?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
And wouldn't be helpful to speculate.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Godora?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. If you don't mind, if you have the agency operating account summary documents that you submitted in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm specifically looking at the election division document first. On that document, if you look at the first three funds, 1001, 2, and 3, the total increase for all of those line by line, the first one, the voter registration system, in 2025 goes from 3.3 million to 4.3. So that's $1 million increase, correct?
What?
So the first line, Fund
Right.
1001, in 2025, it was 3.361 million, and the request for 26 and 27 is 4.3 million. So that's $1 million increase.
Yeah. Can you show me what he's looking at? Yeah.
So my question, what is that $1 million increase for?
What's his question? Oh, okay. So that's the voter registration system, which is also the election management system that the 92 counties use to do many things that the clerks have to do, keep track of how many poll workers they've got and all the candidates and all that. So that's managed by IT vendors, basically, that system. Because it's old software and old technology, the bug fixes and changes that have to be done to update that system, costing more, taking more time. It's more coding. When it's modernized, the tools will make it quicker. So that's the election division's assessment to maintain that system, keep it upgraded, keep it very secure, for the next year.
That's $1 million divided by 3 million is a 30% increase. So we have, the system is so outdated. We just ran a presidential elections. So the system is so bad that we need almost 30% increase in cost to fix it, to update it?
Yeah, it's an old, it's like an old car, an old house. It's costing more to maintain, more to upgrade. Plus, election law, changes every year, every session. There are a lot of changes that have to be done to upgrade that system, and usually they're time sensitive. So
I appreciate that.
That's what they come up with.
If you go to the second line, Fund 1002, so that is for voter list maintenance, and it goes from 2.2 million to 2.9. That's roughly speaking, $675,000 increase. 2025, we don't have elections. 2026, we have a midterm elections. So are we spending more to maintain the voter list in non-presidential years and, lower turnout in?
Well, it's done in over a 4-year cycle or over a 2-year cycle. So the process of doing the voter list maintenance, because it takes a lot of effort on the county's part, that'll be done next year in what's basically an off year every second year. But there's a component of assembling the data and then having a contractor mail out all these postcards, and then the ones that don't come back, they mail a registered letter. So it takes a year to do this exchange of information, which is address verification, and then the beginning of the following year, which is the beginning of election year, they're then incorporating that information into the SVRS. So that they will have some voters flagged as inactive. That doesn't mean they can't vote, but that means when they do vote, they're going to check because they didn't get these cards back. So it's a 2-year cycle. It's not all done at one time. They have this cost spread out over that. So
I appreciate that. I understand that it seems too costly. I helped when I was at the city of Indianapolis. I was the CFO for the city of Indianapolis. I understand that there's a cost with technology, with machines, with updating the list, but that seems significant to me. Do you mind if you go to the second page, which is the Secretary of State's operating account summary? So the first fund, 1001, that's the general fund for the Secretary of State administration. That's the administrative office of the Secretary of State. So it goes from 6 million to 7.9. That's almost $1.9 million increase. What is the bulk of that increase?
About 800,000 of it are for professional positions. We have attorneys, we have auditors, we have investigators who are like retired law enforcement things. So about 800,000 of that is that. 750,000 of that is to sustain the investor education and financial literacy programming. And then about 250,000 of that roughly are just increased benefits, employer-paid benefit costs, personnel, department fees, we pay IT fees, we pay, and then about 60,000 of it are just for some increased costs of 2 through 9 doing business.
So almost 750, you said, to sustain financial literacy education?
Mm-hmm.
So how is it sustaining if we're increasing funding? Are these courses or educational courses and programs that the office offers?
It is outreach. There are online programs which actually they're like games that young people play. There's a stock market stimulation program that we do with Purdue University with their Council of Economic Educators. We have a few outreach staff who go out and do presentations. We do publications. We do a marriage guide for newlyweds about financial planning. So it's kind of a mix of programs. Again, it was funded from fines and fees. We're not collecting the fines and fees, so we're either going to have to cut down on that to match those fines and fees or set it up as kind of a line item. We never really have had a line item for securities. It's all funded from our general fund, so it's kind of mixed in, but it is our biggest division, securities, and probably the technically most diverse and complex because we do registration of securities, we do licensing of all kinds of dealers, and we do the enforcement, law enforcement part of it.
Got it. One more question on the numbers. Fund 1004 on the same page, 749,972. Was it a coincidence that the same exact number was copied and pasted for another fund, for Fund 1006, for voter education outreach, or was that a mistake?
What was a different question there? So, yeah.
It's the same exact number to the dollar.
Yeah. Yeah, why don't you just.
So what happened with that, sorry, so what happened with that, sir, is that fund used to be under the election division. When it was moved under the Secretary of State's, it wasn't set up properly, so that we needed to make some changes to it, and the easiest way to do that was to switch it to another fund entirely.
So you switched Fund 1003, is it 1003 to 1004, correct?
Yes.
All right, so I'm talking about 1004 compared to 1006.
Okay, so then he's going from, he's talking about,
1004.
which is what I just meant.
Director Havoc?
Voter education and.
Yes. I think we
Yeah.
got some help with Director Havoc. You want to go ahead?
I should have, I probably should have started
Yeah.
with this and gave like a rundown of how these operating account summaries work, but the sequence number is not the fund number, so for you, Senator Cadora, the far left number is not referring to the fund number. If you look in the column to the right of that, you'll see a 5-digit fund number followed by a business unit number.
Correct.
That's the agency number in our accounting system. And then a description of the fund. What happened with VSTOP, you're exactly right. This was under the election division. This got changed in the last budget to appropriate it under the Secretary of State's office. When it was initially appropriated, it was set up in what's not displayed here is what we call control codes. So these are codes on the reversion of the fund. And I think it was set up under a Control 3, which means it was a reverting fund. The old VSTOP fund under Election Division was a 5, non-reverting. So we worked with the Comptroller's Office to create a new fund under the correct control code. So that's why it's a little messier than what you would typically see here.
Now, Joe, is the if I'm going to go by the fund, so the sequence number, that 1006 with the fund 151674040, that's the voter education fund.
15167, yeah.
So the total amount for 2026, 2027 is 749,972, correct? So my question is, if you go back up and look at
It's the
fund,
exact same amount as
Yes.
VSTOP, yeah.
Yes.
That might be pure, I guess I would defer to Secretary.
so these
Sisson.
are
Maybe
two
it's
different,
pure coincidence.
these are two different programs
Yes.
with the same exact dollar figure, and I was wondering if that's a typo or what is the actual amount for that program? Because even if we go, assuming it's not a typo, the program goes up by a couple of
Well,
$100,000.
if I understand, the voter education outreach is separate from the VSTOP. They happen to be the same amount, but they used to be the same amount, but, so the voter education outreach, that's primarily a media program, public service advertisements about register to vote and get out to vote. Programs that we provide for counties for voter outreach. So that's just a different, again, it's a maintenance of effort from year to year, even when there's not election.
I want to be respectful of the committee's time. Maybe, Joe, if you don't mind, whether you or the Secretary's office fund 17170 040, which is the securities, I think that's, if I'm looking, if my eyes are looking, no, actually, sorry, it's too small. It's the fund before that, 1240740. It shows the 749,972, and then the next line item is 1518040 with the same exact number.
Yeah,
If you can just double
I
check
see what you're
behind the
saying.
scenes.
I think those appropriations are, now, I don't know why they were appropriated the exact same amounts, but I think that's
Two
reflecting
different
the-
programs.
two different
Even
programs that just happen to
even
be
if it was a coincidence that they are the same to the dollar, I think it just good to double check and look at what is the justification. My final question: since this election, which I know has been recent, has there been is there anything that you can share publicly? Has there been any lawsuits or litigation filed to prosecute anyone who voted illegal in Indiana?
Lawsuit. No, I'm not aware of that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
I believe last we have the Commission on Higher Education, if they're ready. Commissioner Lowry, thank you for being here. You're early. Take your time getting set up. And whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
It seems like it,
That's
doesn't
my
it?
joke.
Yeah. It's like a bad penny or something, you're right. Yeah.
Yes. I'm not sure. Yep, the floor is yours.
All right. Well, pardon my voice today, Mr. Chairman, Commission or committee members. It's good to be with all of you. My name is Chris Lowry. I serve as Commissioner for Higher Ed here in Indiana and have done so for about the past 2.5 years. We really appreciate being here today. Joining me is someone I think most or probably all of you know, Seth Hinshaw, our Senior Associate Commissioner and Chief Financial Officer. Also joining back here today is one of our commission members. Many of you may know him. He has been around these halls at different times over the years, Mike Alley. He currently serves as chair of our Budget and Productivity Committee at the Commission. Former chair of the Commission heads a firm called Patriot Investments, and some of you may know that many years ago he was a commissioner for the Department of Revenue for Mitch Daniels. But anyway, we're pleased that he joined us, and I think online several of our commission members are probably joining us today. As we get started, I would be remiss if I didn't reiterate, as I try to each time we're with you, that we appreciate the support and the leadership from the General Assembly on the challenges we've been trying to address. I think we've tried to be candid and transparent in this, both addressing challenges and the opportunities that we have for Indiana. So a bit about the higher education landscape, and I'll go through these quickly. I think we probably cover these almost every time we see you, and yes, Senator Garten, it probably seems like every month that you see us. But the challenges that we see, we have been pressing as a state for about 15 years toward a post-secondary attainment goal of 60%, as have really virtually all of the other states. We have made progress in specific areas. At the sub-associate degree credential space, we have made a lot of progress. We're now 5th in the nation. However, at associate degrees and higher, which is where, when this was starting to be tracked several years ago, the state was comparing itself. We were at that time 39th in the nation. We're still 39th in the nation. We would contend we have work to do. The chart on the right takes it sort of one step further, and that is regarding educational attainment at bachelor's degrees and higher. The young staffer who gave this to me, by the way, this past summer didn't know that what would catch my attention was the time when there was an intersection of 3 states, Georgia, North Carolina, and Indiana, and that's about the time I was born. And I found it rather interesting where we were then, where we are now, and you can see we're roughly 40th in attainment. Some of our competitors have continued to climb. And again, I hope you all know this. I look at those kind of challenges and say they have opportunity in them. And what I would reiterate is that I think the General Assembly has been very supportive, at least in my roughly 30 months in this role, of helping us address some of these challenges. The college going rate, we've talked about it oftentimes. The most recent numbers we have actually come from the month right after I started in this role, and the state has sort of bottomed out, if you will, at a college going rate of youth at 53%. We are expecting that to improve, and I'll expand on that in just a second. So this is something that we put together to really help us get our heads around. I know it has helped me to think about this question of, I think a sentiment sometimes that exists that, we're sending everyone to college, and it's actually just not really the case. This represents, and by the way, this would be a lot slicker if I was using my PowerPoint version of this. It would build, and you would see that probably illuminated a little bit better. But if we start with a class in Indiana of 100 high school freshmen, 13 don't graduate, if you look to the right-hand column there. And an additional 41 simply don't attend college or university. 7 go out of state. 8 enroll in a 2-year college, which we think is terrific. 7 in a private university. Again, we think that's good news. But only 24 out of that original freshman class of 100 matriculate to one of our public colleges or universities, or one of our public universities here in Indiana. Just another way to help us think about it. The 53% illustrates one thing. It had declined, and I think, I was pretty noisy about that a couple of years ago, by about 15% over a decade, most of that concentrated in low-income students. This is another way just to frame it, and might be useful to all of you. The next 2 slides, again, some of you probably do feel like you see me every month, and if you do, you probably hear this one each time we see each other. This slide regarding economic outcomes and the next one regarding social outcomes, I think they really help drive home the why in what we're talking about. It's one thing to want and need to be competitive with other states as we grow our economy and as we offer the best quality of life we can for our fellow Hoosiers. However, I think it brings it down to a real basic level to say why this matters. As you will notice in this slide, and you'll see in the next, we have looked at 4 levels of educational attainment: less than a high school diploma, a diploma, some college or an associate degree, and a bachelor's degree and higher. I don't think I've shared this with you publicly before, but this was something that I took note of at about 8 o'clock in my office on the very first day I was in this job. I looked at a report that comes out monthly from the Department of Workforce Development, and 20-some pages into it, I started to see some of this data, and I thought, wow, we've got to talk about this more. It was different at the time, so this is the latest data, but unemployment decreases with each level of attainment. Labor participation rates rise, and it's not quite 10 points on each one of these, but it's roughly that, and so that it matters. Certainly, wages increase. I think there's a 80% or so premium between a high school diploma and a bachelor's degree, and certainly net wealth accumulation. Then on the next slide, this one there's a lot of similarity here, not surprisingly, and a host of other economic and social data we see bearing out the same type of impact. You can see the first column, but then in the second one, utilization of public assistance. Well, as a percentage, it declines not unexpectedly with increasing levels of education. One that I think gets my attention, by the way, as a grandfather of a 2- and 5-year-old, and something I know many of us talk about on a regular basis, is infant mortality. To see that it's a 3x difference between a home with no high school diploma holders and those with a bachelor's degree and higher, and certainly it scales across those. And then, of course, life expectancy, that improves too. I don't know for certain if those are exactly the whys, but I think when I consider the work all of you have done, that we have been supportive of, and the support you have given to this work, those are certainly whys that I consider and we consider in total. So a bit of good news. I know we came with quite an aggressive agenda 2 years ago, and you had things on which you pushed us even further, and we thank you for that. So a bit of good news. I'll mention one that's on the slide here and then two others really very quickly. This year and last, so fall of 2024 and fall of 2023, Indiana saw its first enrollment increases in what had been a 12-year decline, and then 2 years in a row now of mild enrollment increases. There are a number of things that have been going on. I won't go into all of those, but I do believe they are attributable to actions taken by the legislature and actions taken by the commission and our partners to do better. Those things should begin to show up in this next spring and the following spring's college going rate, as an example. Two others that aren't on here that I'd be remiss if I didn't mention to you is that we know all of you believe heartily in completion. We think it's important too. If somebody's going to invest the time and money, and sometimes it's taxpayer money and other funders' money, they better complete. The good news is Indiana has been on the increase in that area. We have the goal, 7 different goals, to be a top 10 state in the United States. Well, this is one where Indiana is now tied for 10th in the nation on rate of completion. As our team would tell you, I say oftentimes, and this is an example of it, I'm pleased but not satisfied. Top 10 is good. It needs to be great. In fact, those goals we have set for 2030 to be a top 10 in various categories. Our team now knows, and Seth would probably be the first to tell you, I have said what we should do is address that goal to be first in the nation by 2030. We can do this. Our state has been improving. And frankly, we can't make excuses for not being the best in the nation at that. The other thing that I would share with you, and we'll begin getting data to you that we think is pretty interesting, and that is around graduate retention. We want students to go, we want them to complete, but as I often tell students, I want you to stay here. Very selfishly, please stay in Indiana. This is a great place to work, play, raise a family, and all those things. So a couple of years ago when we talked with many of you, probably all of you, about this, one of the things that came out of that was for our 4-year public institutions to really start focusing on this, and they have begun to do so. And at another time and place, I'd be glad to share some of that work. I'm sure the university presidents will illustrate some of that tomorrow. To make a long story short, Indiana is now 8th best in the nation at attracting students from out of state. We think, yes, Mr. Chairman, I agree. We think that signals that we have a good value here. It's not perfect, but we have a good value of institutions that have something of quality to offer, where they're holding down prices, and a state that supports what we're doing. However, we're 40th at retaining those students. And as I said, selfishly, yes, I want us to retain more. I want folks who are going here and graduating to stay here and thrive with the rest of us. The next picture, we've been asked about this by some of you. I think we might have shown this in New Albany. This is a ranking of our per FTE, full-time equivalent. This is just a national number. I think Seth and others have shared this with you previously. First of all, the institutions have been doing a good job of holding down tuition for the last several years. 6th in the nation now, and I think we've done that. Is it 4 years in a row, Seth, or 2 years in a row?
So that ranking's, excuse me, a decade, in the last decade.
Yeah, in the last decade, but yeah.
Twice in a row we maintain that.
Yeah, but 6th in the nation now, a couple of years in a row. The per FTE funding, again, we just get this from data that I know your analysts and others are familiar with from the national organization, but just wanted to give you the relative picture there. And then lastly, before I turn it over to Seth to keep this moving, we offer to you our budget priorities. Part of the reason we wanted Mike Alley to be with us is to share with all of you that he's representing his fellow commission members today, also representing, I might say, the team that has been pushing us. I think Seth and I will talk about that in a few moments, that we have some challenges, but we think we've got opportunities. This is the best place. I've lived here 61 of my 62 years and believe it firmly that these are challenges that we can address and have been addressing. So our priorities, we'll have Seth go through those in details, and I'll add color commentary, will be around operating funding and holding down those costs for students as well as possible. What we refer to as formulaic line items, maintaining policy commitments and priorities such as dual credit, which has been growing very heartily, I would say. Capital, talk about that, especially that most of what you'll see us talking about today is deferred maintenance. And then related to that, talking about enhancing the R&R commitment of the state. You know, I'm a firm believer that whether it's someone's business, whether it's a university, whether it's our own home, you know, we need to maintain what we've got. As I always say, it's better to fix a leaking roof than to try to fix your foundation 5 or 10 years later. So we'll illustrate some of those. I'll take a quick breath, Mr. Chairman, and ask if there's anything before Seth launches.
Thank you. Any questions? Seth, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Now that the fun part is done, we'll launch into the numbers. I did want to just offer very quickly that the Commission has spent the better part of the last 6 months developing this recommendation in close partnership with our public institutions, as well as the Budget Committee through the operating performance funding formula. I just wanted to share that this comes before you with the full backing and the public vote of our Commission, and as recently as just last week, in order to make sure that we can maintain the process and maintain the order of operations to come before you today and have their full blessing and support. And then finally, I just want to note, and we'll get into this more in a moment, but what we're recommending today is not going to include every request put to us by the institutions. You will see that for yourselves tomorrow as the institutions present their capital line item and operating requests. However, we do believe that it represents a holistic budget recommendation as we're charged to bring forward. So to begin with, the Commission is recommending for the second biennia in a row a base increase, this time of 1% and 2%. So there'll be 1% in the first year and 2% in the second year. The General Assembly, for the first time in well over a decade, provided a base increase in the 2023 biennia for the institutions in combination with performance funding, and so we would continue to seek that from the General Assembly. So in addition to that base adjustment of 1% and 2%, the Commission would also request a 2% and 3% operating line item for performance funding. So these are incentive dollars, much of which we discussed just a month ago in New Albany before this body. And then additionally, there are a number of what we refer to as excluded entities, such as the IU School of Medicine and Dentistry, the vet school at Purdue, which are not participants, for lack of a better word, in performance funding. But we would recommend that they maintain the same operating support recommendation in its whole as the other institutions have access. So a full recommendation from the Commission of 3% and 5%, which is equivalent to approximately $46 and $76 million this biennia. Additionally, the Commission is required in code to provide the committee at the budget hearing an update on performance funding from the most recent biennia. And so we're happy to share with you that after implementing our new performance funding model in fiscal 25 for the first full year of implementation, the Commission distributed 74%, or just under $17 million of what was appropriated to the institutions in recognition of their performance in the metrics set by the Commission for them. And something we discussed a little bit at the last Budget Committee meeting, but something that our Commission has asked us to seek from the General Assembly this biennia is an opportunity to allocate and utilize unearned performance funding dollars in an incentive model in a competitive grant program to support 21st century scholars and other low-income or first-generation students. So this would be a fund, a programmatic fund at the commission where unearned dollars in the funding formula each year would be transferred to this non-reverting programmatic fund. The commission would have a competitive grant process by which we would ask the institutions to apply, and we would award those dollars for student success initiatives for these key populations. One thing I think that it's important for us to note here is this idea in many ways has come from individual conversations with legislators, the commission members themselves, many discussions with the institutions. But we do believe that if an institution does not earn all of their performance incentive funding, which we anticipate will be a regular occurrence, we believe that the best way to address that moving forward is to support those students to get them across the finish line, to support the 21st century scholars in particular, who the state's already making a financial investment in, to help them get to completion. And so we believe that this is valuable for students, it's valuable for the institutions, and it's valuable for the state to ensure that that investment is fully, the benefit of that investment is fully seen in the state. Commissioner Lowry mentioned our second priority this legislative session is maintaining the formulaic commitment for these two line items. Dual credit, which provides a per credit hour appropriation to our public institutions based on the 22-23 academic year completion of college credit in high school. We saw a 24% increase between the 2021 fiscal year and 23 fiscal year, which is what this is based out of. Large amount of that increase has been at the behest of Ivy Tech, who's done a really good job of expanding specifically in a focus area of the commissions, which is the Indiana College Core, that block of 30 credit hours that every public institution accepts as a part of their 2 or 4 year programs. And additionally, we also would recommend that the General Assembly maintain its funding commitment for the R&R formula. This formula is an inflationary tool that tracks the capital equipment and facilities on our public campuses and provides operating dollars to maintain those facilities and increase their life expectancy. You'll note that there's nearly a 12% increase in this funding request, and the average by campus is a little over 10–11%, and that just varies by campus because, again, this is really it's a calculation based upon the capital needs at each individual campus. That brings us to capital, and as Commissioner Lowry mentioned, capital is our third priority this legislative session. Something I would like to point out is that of the capital projects that were submitted to us, specifically right now looking at those first priorities from the institutions, 6 of them are renovation deferred maintenance projects. I'll get more into it in just a moment, but a significant amount of the dollars being requested by the state are to fund things like mechanical and electrical upgrades. In conversations with the institutions, we spent a great deal of time on this. What we came to understand is that if the institution is going to tackle just deferred maintenance at a facility, generally speaking, if you need to get to the electrical, the plumbing, the HVAC, you're going to have to demolish some amount of space in order to access those systems. And so the reality is it is very challenging just to maintain those systems and to improve upon them without tackling some amount of the facade or some amount of classroom space in the process. And so we've broken that down just a little bit more in a moment. We've included on here the number of facilities that are included in each project because that was a conversation that occurred 2 years ago. We wanted to make sure that was provided to you. The only new request, or truly a brand new net square footage being requested is by Purdue University West Lafayette for their interdisciplinary life science research building. It's a substantial building. It's a large dollar amount. They are bringing nearly half of the funding to the table in the form of gift dollars, which we very much appreciate. But other than that, the other 6 projects are all renovation, deferred maintenance, R&R type projects. With that in mind, the Commission's recommendation is to fund the #1 capital priority for each of these institutions, which comes to a total of $464 million, or just under $40 million in fee replacement. Specifically, the Commission's recommendation is to fund this through fee replacement in fiscal year 2027. I should note that almost $11 million of fee replacement is going to roll off in the next 2 years of the budget. So the net new funding request is just under $30 million to fee replace these 7 projects. I think it's important to mention briefly that 40% of the funds being requested are directly allocated towards mechanical and electrical improvements on campuses. And $36.5 million, or 7% of that, is on equipment, both fixed and movable. So when you combine that together, half of the project here is not new building per se. It's the guts, if you will, and then the equipment that is often transferable between spaces. Additionally, I think it's worth pointing out, we asked the institutions in our capital request form to provide for us operational cost increases or savings associated with these projects. And there are significant operating savings by addressing a lot of the deferred maintenance through electrical, mechanical, and HVAC, which I know the Budget Committee is very familiar with. We can't talk about capital without discussing the elephant in the room, which is the Commission is in the middle of redeveloping our capital evaluation process. This is required of us, and it is something that we take very seriously. We've been working very closely over the last year with our university partners, as well as with other commissions from other states, our partner agencies in other states, to understand how they evaluate capital, to understand how they allocate finite resources towards capital. And we will have a draft of that rubric, what we're calling a rubric, provided within this year, and then we will have that fully implemented by the end of this fiscal year, so by June 30th of next year. One thing that's, we've gotten the question a lot, and I think it's important that we just say up front, the reason that this is being implemented for the 27-29 biennia is because of the long preparation timeline that goes into the capital planning at these institutions. We did not want to test them on something they hadn't been prepared for. So we would like to give them this rubric in advance of the next biennia so they can begin working that into their capital planning processes and understand what the Commission's going to be looking at as we're reviewing these capital programs. This will be a forced ranking system, so if we're giving 10 capital projects, you will get a list of 1 through 10, regardless of the institutions that are submitting them. We'll be very clear on the points allocation and weighting to different categories, such as things like deferred maintenance, space needs, academics, research dollars, et cetera, et cetera. And so we'll be very intentional about that. And similar to the performance funding formula, that'll be something that the weighting and tweaking the Commission looks at on a biennial basis to make sure that we're not setting it and forgetting it, but it becomes a living creature that the institutions are bought into and partner with us on. And then the last piece of this is a request from the Commission that we increase the review threshold for capital projects from $2 to $4 million. Looking at the last 2 years of capital projects that the Commission has reviewed, 19 of them, or just under a quarter of all projects, were below $4 million. The one that stands out to me the most is a $2.2 million parking garage tuck pointing and concrete replacement project. And frankly, the conversation at the Commission for many of these has been, what is our role at the Commission of Higher Education when we're looking at the educational impact on students, economic development, when we're discussing tuck pointing. And so with respect, we would request consideration for increasing the review threshold level for capital projects.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, committee members, I'd also echo that, or reference to you that we have looked at other states to see what they're doing. There's some very good practices, but we're also keeping a keen eye toward the private sector. Many of our commission members are in the private sector today in leadership roles and have been over the years. I think some of you know I spent 20 years at a publicly traded company. I think when I left, we had 7 or 8 operating companies, and we were careful about capital allocation each year for those different projects and trying to really see where the impact was, whether it was significant capital equipment or whether it was physical plant. And so we're also keeping a keen eye toward that.
And then finally, as the 4th priority for the Commission, the Commission would also ask the General Assembly to consider entertaining increasing its commitment to R&R funding at the institutions, especially if it determines that capital is not the preferred path. But we would recommend that the General Assembly consider this. A study was done by the Commission early 2010-ish, so well over a decade ago at this point, that identified the necessary funding amount based on private sector practices to maintain facilities. And that level of funding was essentially 1% of the asset value each year. So at the time, the idea was that the state and the institutions would split that cost at 0.5% a year. But what has been the general practice for well over a decade now is the state has provided approximately 0.5% over the biennia, or 0.25% each year, and the institutions have continued to provide at least that 0.5%, in many instances well over that 0.5% each year. So we would ask the General Assembly to consider, again, as the fourth priority, to consider looking at that R&R funding formula. And before I move on, I would just note that when we talk about the prioritization, I think what we're trying to get across is that, one, we recognize there are finite resources available to the state. We talk about that a great deal. Our commission recognizes that. But we also recognize that it is important that we not just provide you a singular path forward, but we present you with a number of opportunities for tackling higher education funding, especially in this capital arena, as we're in the middle of this transitionary period with the new review process. So last but certainly not least, I will spend very little time on this today, Mr. Chairman, but I did want to present before the committee the agency budget of the commission, and starting with financial aid. We are not asking for an appropriation change to the Frank O'Bannon Grant or the 21st Century Scholars Program at this time. However, we did want to provide you with a quick update to note that 21st Century Scholars continues to build its fund balance ahead of the eventual high school graduation and college enrollment of our first auto-enrolled 21st Century Scholars cohort, and that'll begin in the fall of 2027. So we continue to prepare for that. But the Frank O'Bannon Grant, for the first time in many, many years, did exceed its appropriation in fiscal '24. Now, that was planned. You may recall 2 years ago we came before the Budget Committee to change the schedule of awards with a plan of spending down those dollars over several years. So we, as of fiscal '24, we're still on track with that, and we ended the fiscal year with a healthy fund balance of $125 million. I will note that we are currently reviewing, based off of new FAFSA data, based off of the FAFSA simplifications that came through, and frankly, based off the federal FAFSA fiasco, that's a mouthful, that we and the institutional partners are still dealing with. But we will be working through a new schedule of awards to bring before this body later this year for the next academic year. And that's something we've been working on very hard with our institutional partners, including the advocacy organization, the Indiana State Financial Aid Association. Continuing with financial aid, the state provides a very generous benefit to the children of disabled veterans and public safety officers. We refer to it as the CVO program. Demand has dramatically increased for this program. This is a tuition remission for a public entity, and it's up to $5,000 tuition remission for our private institutions. The commission has appropriated monies to support this program, approximately $32 million. But the benefit is provided to the student regardless of the fund amount. And so we are at a place where we are going to need to seek current year appropriation increase, fiscal '25 of $4.2 million, to meet the demand of these students seeking educational opportunities from our institutions, both public and private. And we believe that that demand will continue moving forward. One thing I should note is the General Assembly did change the award amount several years ago for post 9/11 veterans based off the percent of disability rating of the veteran. However, we have not yet enrolled those students in post-secondary education. So down the line, there may be a fiscal reprieve, if you will, from the change in that eligibility or that award amount. But right now, what we're seeing is our institutions are doing a very good job of supporting our veteran-affiliated students, children, spouses, and otherwise, into this program, as it is an application-based program. And then maybe least in the sense that from our priority, we want to maintain our commitment to higher education and students before worrying about our operations. With that being said, the commission is currently undergoing an IT competitive bid process. We received 9 bids, and we're in the middle of scoring them right now for a new IT vendor to support our mission-critical IT systems. That's our scholarship system, which is accessed by hundreds of thousands of Hoosiers today, as well as our data system that provides a lot of the reporting that we do in partnership with our public and private institutions. We anticipate this RFP to come back with a cost that exceeds our current funding level by about $500,000. Once we get the final scoring and we've identified the vendor, we'll be able to fine-tune that number a little bit, but that is coming in pretty close to where we anticipate that cost to land. And then finally, we would ask also for support in financial support for our operations, helping to address the increase in benefits costs on the agency side, as well as the 27th pay that will occur in fiscal 2027, which for our general fund is about $220,000. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Commissioner.
Very good. Seth, thank you. Committee members, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So what you see here is our combined request. Hopefully you noted too in this last segment that Seth reviewed, and that specifically for the agency, outside of trying to make sure we live up to our commitment to the children of deceased and disabled veterans, the need for expanded IT just because of the additional responsibilities the agency has been given, and then sort of the fluke of the 27th pay period and certainly increase in benefits. I hope you all see we're not coming forward with any requests for the agency other than those specific items that we think we need to address with all of you. Our commitment is to trying to make improvements where we have called out the challenges. As I said earlier, finding opportunities in the challenges. Hopefully you have seen that with our prioritization of the operating budget and then the line items, capital and R&R. Again, as Seth said, we have tried to be responsible in doing so. I would tell you, he's not up here sitting today, but behind me, our commission members have pushed us on this. In fact, you could listen to their public committee meeting from last week or the commission meeting from last week. In fact, they pushed us to come forward with the requests that we make for you today. They realize the challenges. It's not going to be on any sheet here, but again, I'd be remiss if I didn't share with you that the support we've gotten from the General Assembly and from a lot of partners have started to result in some positive movement. I mentioned the enrollment increases. We're pleased but not satisfied. Improving in completion rates. We actually have graduate retention plans now from our respective universities. Seth talked about the federal FAFSA fiasco. I just say that more often than you do, Seth. Something I would hope you take heart in is that every state in the nation but two now, we're behind for FAFSA filings for low-income students. Only two were not behind year over year after the challenging federal scenario. Indiana's one of those. Partly that is due to the actions you all took with the bill 2 years ago. It's also immense support from philanthropy, from the institutions, from K-12. If somebody asks me, show me what a partnership looks like, that is one. People stepping forward. The new pre-admission strategy that we talked about, again, in conversations with many of you, trying to make the marketplace friendlier in Indiana for students. Letters that go to now seniors in high school and their parents. Last year, over 57,000 of those letters. This year, over 67,000 of those letters to students going out. The increase in the Indiana College Core high schools offering that. 2.5 years ago, after being in existence for 10 years, only 84 high schools in the state offered that. That was beyond my imagination why. And today, nearly 300 high schools do, and it's been increasing like this as we go. You supplemented that effort last year with a bill requiring high schools to do it, or come to us and say, how can you help us get there? How can we help plan against this? And of course, the support that we saw with absolute alacrity around expansion of the 21st Century Scholars for auto-enrollment. If you haven't seen our numbers lately, in June 2022, at the cutoff to find students and enroll them as 8th graders, the state enrolled approximately 20,000 young people. In June of 2023, that number exceeded 46,000. This year, the cohort of young people in that grade was actually higher, was larger, and over 50,000 young people were enrolled. Take heart in that, because people in this room were very supportive of that work, and we've got a lot to do yet. Make sure those young people are prepared in high school and then that they're prepared to succeed with whatever the next steps might be. But that was, Mr. Chairman, my long-winded way of saying thank you to all of you for meeting us, working with us throughout the year to address the challenges, to push us, and to see that we can and must do better for our fellow Hoosiers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Garten. Senator Garten, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Lowry. Thank you, Seth. Always enjoy your presentations. We've got just a handful of questions here in no order, so I apologize ahead of time for sort of jumping around here. If you could go back to your funding picture slide.
Which slide, Senator?
It actually says funding picture in the big
yep.
blue. Yeah, right there. So that ranked 43rd in the nation for state support per FTE. Does that include capital project funding dollars as well?
It does not, Senator.
What would it be if it was adjusted to include those dollars? Any idea?
We don't know. Part of the reason that SHIO doesn't look at capital funding is because so many states fund higher education with property tax dollars that it doesn't make for a clean comparison between states.
But it's still dollars towards, right?
Absolutely.
So you could still make the comparison. Is that something you guys could provide?
I have homework. Yeah, we'll dig into it. We'll dig into it.
I think it's relevant for the conversation because, again, it is taxpayer dollars dedicated to this space. So I'm curious by that. And then your number one operations slide that says continued outcomes-based performance funding. Yep. So your last bullet there must support efforts to improve completion for 21st century scholars to other low-income first generation. It's interesting, I don't see any slide that said must improve efforts for enrollment, but we're talking about must improve efforts for completions. And so I don't mean to be redundant, but I'm gonna be. And we've had many conversations in front of this committee and privately. I think everybody knows where I stand on how we fund enrollments versus how we fund completions. It's still beyond me that we're dedicating the amount of dollars that we're dedicating to enrollments and not more on the completion side. You know, the example that I will continue to use is I don't know a private sector company that pays a salesman on cold calls. They get paid on completions. And so it's a head scratcher for me why we would not put more dollars towards completions, especially if we're acknowledging that we need to improve efforts for completions, especially amongst our Pell Grant recipients, our 21st century scholars, the low income, all those types of students, right? And so I'm saying that, but I also, too, I'm going to make an assumption here, and I want you to correct me if I'm wrong. The folks that are that 21st century scholar, the low income, the Pells, the first generations, they're likely going to have a higher dropout rate or, I guess, a less of a completion rate. Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah, I would share that low-income Hoosiers absolutely are less likely to complete on time and overall than the average Hoosier student. But I will say that 21st century scholars actually complete at about the average Hoosier student rate. So that scholarship seems to, in some way, shape, or form, make up for that low-income status when it comes to their completion data. But non-scholar low-income students, you're absolutely right. They complete at a lower rate.
Okay, so we're investing more dollars in those students than we are a traditional student. Correct, just through different grants.
Through financial aid.
Sure. Right, through financial aid, okay. So the taxpayers are on the hook for those students more so of an investment than they are a traditional student. Is that fair?
Absolutely.
Okay. So then if we can't get on board with my idea of funding enrollments heavier, why would we not at least more heavily weight completions of these students?
The low-income students.
Yeah.
Great thought. Thank you.
And again, I think we have the same goals. I think we have shared goals. I think how we get there is kind of the conversation we're having, right?
That's right. Yeah.
So I want to be fair about this.
Thank you.
And I mean, do you have a thought on that, or why we?
No, Senator, absolutely. And I think, you know, at the end of the day, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, ultimately what we want is we want more students recognizing that they can complete college and that college is attainable for them. The commission's going to be releasing a report here soon. I won't get ahead of it. From some research we were able to do in partnership with Lilly, the endowment, I believe. Sometimes I get it wrong. The Lilly Endowment, basically highlighting at a very high level that Hoosiers do value higher education, but there seems to be a huge disconnect between what they value and enrollment and then in completion. And so we need to better understand that. So specifically, something like this, these competitive student kind of completion grants, if you will, or student success grants, if you will, are just directly aligned at saying, all right, institutions, go be competitive, provide us a plan, And then we'll watch this over time and identify brand new best practices that we can provide to the public and private institutions so that more of that taxpayer investment that you mentioned for Franco-Bannon recipients, 21st Century Scholars, right, lead to a degree. Because, one benefit of those programs is that, the worst thing that can happen to a student, and I didn't come up with this, but I like to repeat it. The worst thing that can happen to a student is they enroll, they take student debt, and then they don't complete. And so at a bare minimum, this financial aid provides that safety net so that there isn't that debt component, or at least not as significant. But ultimately, we want them to complete, because the hardest part is getting a student to enroll in the first place, right? The data shows us that the college going rate has declined, and we've continued to improve in the completion categories. And so what we're seeing is students aren't even attempting it. And so I think once we get them in the door, we have to double down and say, this student has shown themselves as being willing and interested, and we need to get them across the finish line. Sorry.
No, and thank you, Seth. And yes, Senator, your question, and I'm making notes here, how do we look at more heavily weighting completions of 21st and low-income students, in the formula, things that we're trying to do that just kind of fly under the radar, having reorganized our team to help our institutions think about, completion of students. So, I think we're singing the same song here. And we realize, too, that with I think it's 15% weighting in enrollment, Seth?
For low income?
No, I mean just the enrollment total.
It varies, but it's closer to 25, 30.
Okay. That we realize that we're pushing the institutions, and part of what we're doing is saying we realize you'll get enrollment regardless, or you'll get tuition regardless of who you enroll, but we want them thinking about, right, enrolling those students while, maybe to be glib here, they might just like to go enroll a 3.9 student from Chicago to bring out of state tuition. Okay, that's one thing, but we really want them to, enroll those students who would have more challenges. But to your point, we've got to have the incentive and accountability to make sure that they're focused on helping them to complete. So.
Well, no, and I agree, Commissioner. I mean, the point I would make here is a couple things. One, we've got, again, as was stated earlier, we've got more taxpayer dollars invested in those students.
That's right.
And so just being good fiscal stewards of taxpayer dollars, simply we're invested. So I think our universities should be compensated in a way that shows their investment in those students as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Not that and I'm not suggesting they're not. I want to be fair about this, but I think we've got to acknowledge, because they have a tendency not to complete at the rate other students do, and we're already invested on the front end.
It takes more resources.
It takes more resources.
Right.
So let's make sure we get them through.
Thank
that
you.
way we can get a return on those taxpayer dollars, but also too, so they can go on and live their American dream, right? That's the important side of this too.
Senator, that is exactly right, and we talk about that all the time. I don't know if any of you would remember or not, 2 years ago when we requested, well, many of you requested, and maybe, I don't know who came alongside of whom, we'll just say we came alongside all of you, but when we requested the change to 21st Century Scholars, one of the things that was just astounding as we looked at the investment of that was the payoff, right, for Hoosier individuals and our state. You may recall, we conservatively estimated that for this young person who would be, say, 22 when she completes, for her work lifetime, or for that cohort, right, the delta alone in improved wages was 10x of the original investment, right? And then the increase in state and local tax receipts was well past the original investment. So, Senator, we're trying to think of those things in a very similar manner. Can we find ROI, and let's press ourselves on that. It also in support of the institutions to do what we're all trying to get done, right? Yeah, thank you.
And then, Mr. Chair, just one final question, if I may. So, and I can't remember if this was in your slide or you stated, I think you said we're 8th best in attracting out-of-state students. Is that right? Okay. Remind me, do we fund those students at a higher percentage than we do in-state students in terms of recruitment? Or did we used to?
Great question. So the performance funding formula only measures resident students except for the graduate retention metric. The graduate retention metric is the only one where we also incentivize the retention of non-resident students.
Okay.
And then,
no, it's good.
And I think, we talk a lot about this at the commission, but from our perspective, and I don't know that it's specified in law anywhere, but in many ways, right, the differential between resident and non-resident tuition is absolutely that state support. That is what is buying down that kind of resident component of it. And it tracks, when you look at resident tuition across the country, you can see that not every state treats it that way. And some institutions are just as likely to raise their resident rates as fast as their non-resident rates. Something, you'll hear, I won't take their thunder, but our institutions are doing a better job year after year after year at attracting out-of-state students, especially into like grad programs and things like that. Which is good for the institutions, and it helps supplement their operating budgets, but that isn't necessarily going to directly support those resident students, and that's where the state dollars come in. The one last thing, if I could, and maybe I'll get kicked or something, we'll see. But Senator Garton, I think one thing we can commit to, the funding formula has looked at low-income students as a category for a really long time. We used to have a low-income on-time completion subcomponent of the formula, and we moved to it just being a completion component. There's something to be said about, especially as we see these cohorts of 21st century scholars beginning to enroll. These are going to be students who, before automatic enrollment, may not have been the most engaged student, right, to bring home that application in 8th grade or 7th grade to their family, get it back in, get it filled out by mom and dad. Suddenly, they get to their senior year, they've completed everything the scholarship requires of them, and now they're eligible for tuition at one of our public institutions or the equivalent at one of our private institutions. I think there's a real opportunity for the performance funding formula to look at ensuring that we don't allow this decline in the completion of those students. So I think that's something we can absolutely look into especially as we near that 27 initial cohort.
And I would add to, thank you, Seth, no kicking, by the way. I would add that I think that the institutions have been doing a really good job, exactly, to your point, Senator Garton, at helping those students get through. One of the things that I do, in addition to hanging out across the street and coming to see you all probably too frequently for you, is go to the universities and colleges often. And each time I visit, it's a requirement that I'm going to meet with students. And most of the time, I want to meet with, frankly, students who are struggling. Or might have entered with not all the benefits that maybe some of us, at least like me, have entered, to see how they're doing, how the institution's serving them, what they're thinking of doing, and so forth. And it's really laudable what the institutions are doing. I know you know that, and many of you have made those same visits, but message is well taken. Thank you, Senator.
Appreciate the dialogue. Thank you.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. I have a couple of questions. On your operations, number one, operations, second slide, which is continue. You talk about the fiscal year 2025, 16.7 million, and of the 22.6 million earned, or 74%. Wondering about the other 26%, as you said you were going to maybe move that to address more 21st century scholars or something like that. You said at the bottom, said you must support efforts to improve completion of 21st century scholars. I'd like to know, what are those efforts going to be? Are you working on a program now? And what does that really mean? I mean, that's a concept, which we don't like that word concept, but enlighten me on that.
Sure. And thank you, Representative Porter. I think the institutions are each doing a number of really interesting things. Some are making concerted efforts at specific career coaching for 21st century scholars, making it more robust than maybe they do writ large, just because oftentimes those students don't have, the vanguard term is social capital that maybe the rest of the students do, or that some students do. Arranging for work-based learning experiences that maybe they might be challenged, more so challenged in being able to acquire than other students would do. I think in the last session, Seth, you can refresh on some of the details of this. There was a $2.5 million student success grant that was provided, funding that we then provided to the various institutions who applied for it. Seth, you want to talk about any of the fine points in that? And by the way, we would be glad to share with you every one of those that was submitted. A number of institutions came forward. I think the legislature and we were looking for innovative ideas. So how would you take this grant and improve on student success of 21st century scholars and or other students who might come in with challenges, specifically as low-income students? not one of those grant applications looked like the next one, right? They each had different innovative ideas. Again, a couple of them that I could think of, immediately off the top of my head were career coaching and work-based learning, which to me was also really interesting in that it wasn't a plan on our part. I wish I could tell you that it was. But now about 7 or 8 months ago, Strada Education Foundation, which of course is located about a block from here, a national organization, came out with a report literally coinciding as we were getting ready to do the grant process that said, look, there are 5 things every state ought to be doing to really be thinking about students being successful in college and then beyond. And in their estimation, 2 of those were not being done well by any state. That was career coaching and work-based learning experiences for students. And I only share that for you contextually because, frankly, there are a lot of different things going on, and I think we have to discover, which one of those things is working well. But that's also why then we're visiting the institutions to say, how is it that you've improved, the graduation rate of your 21st Century Scholars 10% at institution X versus institution Y. Seth, did you remember any of the, I wish I had brought those notes with me, Representative Porter, but we can certainly send those to the committee.
Yeah, and Representative Porter, you may recall that the $2.5 million is a biennial appropriation only. It was in the capital section of the budget bill, so it won't be continuing. And so the idea, I think we learned a lot from the institutions when we put that college success grant together based off the budget bill. They had a college success line item, and we turned that into college success coaches. And so we funded, I think, 32 college success coaches at public and private institutions across the state. It was limited at that time to 4-year colleges only and universities only. We learned a lot. One thing we learned is, again, we predominantly built that program with the intention that it is ongoing after state funding expires. So every institution that received funds, that was a competitive process, had to explain how they were going to continue funding the position. What the institutions found is that it doesn't take that many students continuing from their freshman to sophomore year and then their sophomore to junior year before they can pay for that FTE, that 1 or 2 FTE that's supporting those students. And they're seeing, again, at this point, it's anecdotal, unfortunately, because of the data lag that we're continually trying to tackle. We won't have the output on these particular campuses for another year or so, but the anecdote that we're hearing from them is that it's making a huge difference, giving that one-on-one individualized support for those students. And then really quickly before I turn back over, I think there's something creative in allowing for institutions to tell us what they need on their campuses to support these students instead of the commission telling them what they need to do. I'll give you an example. The 21st Century Scholar Program, one of the requirements to continue receiving the scholarship is you maintain sufficient academic progress at your institution. Generally means you need to maintain on-time status. And so you could have a student who, for one reason or another, fails to maintain that status. Maybe they, have poor advising, or maybe they have a family situation come up where they have to drop a course unexpectedly. One of the proposals put forth by an institution is, well, could the state have a grant that would allow us to give them, take that one summer class over the summer to maintain their sufficient academic progress? So you could have a situation where $1,000 grant or $1,500 grant is all it takes for that student to come back the second year. And so I think that's where making this competitive, having the institutions apply for it, frankly gives them the opportunity to tell us what they know about their students that they need better than we can tell them.
Thank you, Seth. And I would add too, don't have the notes here today, but things that I've observed at the universities that I just go, gosh, this just seems so practical. And yes, you're making some investment with those grant dollars, but they're paying off. I won't name the institution, but one of the institutions I was visiting this summer, I met 7 different students, 21st Century Scholars, and each one of those students was struggling with grades and just the challenges that they were facing. I met them all together because they were in my old days, a required study hall. And there were facilitators there, graduate students, helping them. And I thought, gosh, this is probably fairly low investment with high impact. And, then to be able to talk to those students who, they were encouraged by somebody who was, probably not very far off age-wise, wasn't somebody like me sitting there, sort of a contemporary to them who was just saying, yeah, okay, so let's work through this thing in math, or, let's work through this thing in your paper. And I think to reflect what Seth said, I think, we've got to find those best practices. The one other thing that I would be remiss if I didn't mention, Seth was talking about the ongoing aspect of these grants and challenging the institutions to say, so how would you continue to do this? It doesn't take a lot of movement, in retaining more individuals to see that you cover, the investments that you're making. I think some of you know I worked with Sue Alsperman for a number of years. Brilliant engineer. And she could probably tell you tomorrow when she presents that with their career coaching program alone, for the students who began, taking advantage of that, some who were required and others who began taking advantage of it, they measured very, very specifically the increase in retention, and it's pretty remarkable. And of course, that then translates into enrollment and all of those, virtuous things too.
Yeah, one more question. Earlier, we heard from the Supreme Court, and we were beginning to discuss the law students, Indiana, that there are not a lot of students going into the law area, and they alluded that the Commission on Higher Education was putting together, conceiving a program for law students here in the state of Indiana, and I didn't see anything in your presentation that alluded to that. So they punted to you and you did a fair catch? Is that what you're looking at each other about?
Representative Porter, we're glad to send you, any notes that we have on conversations with the Supreme Court. We have had conversations.
Well, they put it out there. I didn't make this up.
No, I know you didn't. I'm just telling you, I couldn't recall off the top of my head the conversations we've had with the Supreme Court. We've certainly had them. I don't have the detail with me, though, Representative Porter. We know it's a challenge. We know it's a challenge in various states, certainly here in Indiana.
Thank you.
Representative Delaney.
Correct. This is going.
The focus of the state on having more graduates, it would seem to me that having more people start college is critical to having more graduates. Am I missing something here?
Representative Delaney, we think it takes really three things.
Senator Delaney, Representative Delaney, turn your mic, please. Thank you.
Yeah, Representative Delaney, that is why we've tried to focus on, the input, robust completion, but also retaining those graduates. As I've said many times, I want our students to go, I want them to complete, but then if they up and leave, I'm happy for that individual. His or her life is going to be better, but I want it to be better here in Indiana.
So what's our
help with
gross
our economy.
completion rate?
I'm sorry?
What's the gross completion rate, not by any subcategory, just those who finished 4 years of college in 4 years, or 6 years? What's that rate?
Yeah, I believe it's right at 68% right now. For our four-year institutions, the number is 70.
Yeah, it's very near 80% at our four-year comprehensive institutions.
So if my math says we've got some 8,000 or 10,000 students not going to college when we fell from 63% going to college to 53. So that's 8,000 or 10,000 students. If we got 75% of those, that's one of the numbers you used, of 10,000, that'd be 7,500 more college graduates. I want that, even if some of them drop out, even if we don't get completion. It seems to me we're looking at the wrong number. And the institutions, of course, we built capacity. I can name places, I don't want to do that have far more capacity than they have attendance. So we got to fill those places. And that leads to a second comment or question I have. It is something just jumped out at me when the commissioner mentioned that, we rank 8th in attracting out-of-state students. This says to me that people out of the state value our schools more than our people do. That's a bad result. That's on us. Why is some kid from New Jersey more excited about IU than a kid from Kokomo? That is very disturbing. I think we don't sell ourselves to ourselves. I'm always looking for silly analogies, but I can remember, when I first moved here, that cigarettes were cheaper in Kentucky, and all the Hoosiers drove across the river to get cheap cigarettes. Now, I bet you the Kentucky people were buying them too. But it seems in this case, our people aren't buying our product even though it's valued. So I think we've got to work on saying we want you to go to college, and we can add, yes, we want you to go to college here, but we need to say that in order to get our enrollment up and get some product here that we want, which is more people with an education. So I think we got to be careful about talking only about completion and not talking about the net effect of having people come in here. We've just got to fill these seats. And yes, it's easier for some schools than others, but we've got to make it that our people want to go to our schools. And, you know, aren't we proud that IU's football team is finally better than Michigan? Okay. Well, IU's academic programs have been better than other states forever, and we don't seem to be real proud of that. The last point on this is, I don't like this term, but our universities are an economic engine of this state, not only in terms of research and reputation, but all those out-of-staters are bringing a lot of money in here. A lot of money. And they're spending it here, and they're spending it in our private colleges too. What's wrong with saying that, you know, we may have the most steel mills in the country, but we have the best universities per capita? We are a small state. How can a small state come in 8th in attracting students? We are, in a sense, we're hitting above our level in terms of the quality of our institutions. So I want you guys to help me figure out how to get our people to want to come to our schools and then graduate. Thank you.
And stay.
Senator Cordova?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, thank you for your service, and I always appreciated the data-driven approach that you take. A couple of questions. I've heard from constituents concerns about universities accepting more out-of-state students at the expense of in-state students to keep the tuition lower. I have constituents who reached out to me who said that they only went to IU or Purdue, their entire families, but their child was not able to do so because of that. I've heard university presidents commit and speak in the last couple of years that they're going to do everything in their capacity to be sure that they give every student, Hoosier student, the opportunity and the priority to get education in our great state. In the presentation, I have not seen any statistics about where the universities are as far as balancing, making money, bringing tuition or dollars from out of the state to keep in-state tuition under control with the priority of admitting students from our state. Any thoughts on that?
First of all, Senator Cordova, thank you for the comment and the question. We can certainly provide that breakout for each of the institutions. Seth, I know we report it. Yeah, we report on that, and it'll be in our new State of Higher Education report too, because we want to illuminate all of this information. So, yes, we'll bring that forward. You know, I do think, though, also in the enrollment, in the enrollment portion of the outcomes-based performance funding formula, that's part of what we're trying to hit at, is not just increasing enrollment, but we want you to increase enrollment of Hoosier students, and we want you to increase enrollment, frankly, of low-income Hoosier students, because that's right where the steepest decline has been in the last 5 and 10 years. So we will get back to you with specific data, though.
Yeah, if you can share it with Mr. Chair, if that information is shared with the committee, that would be helpful. The second question on the slide that shows out of every 100 student, that slide on the TV, do you have a map that shows, or some kind of details, the concentration of the 41 students, the 13 students who don't graduate and the 41 who do not attend? Do you have a map with geographical representation so that if we are to strategically address every child in the state of Indiana, however, if we notice that 50% or 60% or 70% of these students who don't graduate, who don't attend, are concentrated in a place, maybe targeting our investments as a state in those places? I know that the GPS and the DOE has the data, graduation data, but on a very high level, do you have any trends of where are these students? Are they in rural Indiana? Are they in urban? Are they in suburban settings?
Yeah, Senator, we can also send that to all of you. In fact, there's another layer that I I think we're able to do, but I'm going to have to check with our new business intelligence. We have a business intelligence team now because you might have guessed I love data, but I want to know what it tells us too. That I think there's a number of these sets of data that we can actually get to all of you by your legislative districts also.
Be helpful.
You know, looking at whether it's the college going rate, you know, all of these different numbers. I think there are a variety of those we can get to you. I'm hedging a little bit because I want to make sure that I'm not over-promising and, you know, under-delivering. But certainly those areas that you referenced, we look very closely at. You know, one that I carry around in my head is that low-income students who are not 21st century scholars have a 30% college going rate, and of those, they have a 27% on-time completion rate, which means in a room of 100 low-income students in Indiana who are not 21st century scholars, they have about an 8% chance of going and actually completing. And then, as I've said oftentimes, people want to know what keeps me awake at night. It keeps me awake at night. But Senator, I think we can provide all of that kind of information.
It is one of the most important functions of state government, in addition to healthcare, really, to provide quality education. Two more questions. I don't have numbers on these slides, but under the budget, the number 1, operations continued, that's the header of the slide. You suggested to seek statutory amendment to allow for competitive student success grants. The third bullet point at the bottom mentions must support efforts to improve completion for 21st century. Wouldn't that be double dipping if there's a performance metrics that allow universities to achieve, and then now if they don't achieve them, they might come back to you and ask for these specific grants to offset what they did not achieve under the performance side?
Seth may reel me in here. You may say you're wrong, Chris. But so I think one difference is with the performance funding, that's going to add to the base, where this is a one-time grant to say, you know, can you provide evidence that you can support and improve this. And admittedly, Senator, low-income students who are not a 21st century scholar, we still feel very strongly that whatever way we can help that student not only become the student, but absolutely complete is just imperative. So I think there is, and Seth, you might differentiate further than that, but I think there is that difference between, becoming part of the base and, then a grant that is one time.
My final comment on this whole thing is that you said it keeps you up at night. I think from my first session in this General Assembly, I said this is one of the things that really requires a more systematic and strategic approach by the state of Indiana. You have the Commission on Higher Ed trying to lift us up. You have the Department of Education redesigning the diploma. You have IEDC spending almost $1 billion trying to bring jobs. And when you look at the alignment between the three, as far as if 41 students do not attend colleges, then is there a value of aligning what the IEDC is doing to be sure that we're lifting almost half of Indiana's students? If you look at the budget presented by the commission, I forget the name of the workforce grant, which normally is a two-year development. If 41 students, 41% of the 100 students do not attend college, then they need vocational training, they need some kind of a job training, and we still have a stagnant line item in the budget for that grant, specifically the workforce grant. But we're spending $1 billion in IEDC to subsidize jobs that we might not be able to fill. So my comment is, as they say, I have not been here too long, but I've been here enough to know this. On your first slide, it's a profound statement. In 1960, 64 years ago, we were at 39 ranking in the nation. 64 years later, we even dropped one spot. If that doesn't tell us that we're doing something wrong, maybe we can learn from Georgia, I guess, and North Carolina. They improved by almost 20 positions. There is something serious happening here that, with all sincere intentions, there's a disconnection, the way we're connecting the data, the way that we're doing this business. I think we need to take a step back and have a strategic discussion on this whole thing. Thank you for your service. I appreciate you, and I appreciate the data-driven approach that you take.
Thank you. Further questions? Anything else? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee members. Seth and I always look forward to this conversation. this is what, you would be welcome to listen anytime to our commission meetings because they are exactly like this. They are very robust. I would tell you, our Budget Committee Chair, Ally, and others push us and pull us, and we appreciate you doing so. I would glom on to a comment Representative Delaney was making, and this is the way I've been summing it up. We need to have less Hoosier humility, all of us, about what we're able to do in this state. We have great institutions, public and private. You know, I don't need rankings from Wall Street Journal or U.S. News. People are voting with their feet to come here. We have great institutions that are critical to, you know, success of our fellow Hoosiers, you know, to have a wonderful, thriving state. And we have to look to other states. Idaho, as you may recall us telling you, is where we found this pre-admissions idea and went, what would happen if every student who's a high school senior actually knew where they could get in here in Indiana? And then 2 years in a row, my phone blew up. People I've never met, finding my email, cell phone number, and texting me, sending me photos of letters their children and they had received saying, I didn't even know there were 38 institutions in Indiana. Or you know, the principal from Southwest Indiana that I think I shared with some of you, who came up to me last spring and said, our son was going to X university in Ohio. He's now narrowed it to 3 universities in Indiana. And I said, well, good. Touchdown. But I think those are the things we have to keep pushing and doing. It's across the board. It's an all-of-the-above strategy. And, Mr. Chairman, thank you again. Committee members, we appreciate it. We appreciate your support and your leadership, and we appreciate you continuing to push us every day.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Well, committee members, 9 o'clock in the morning, back here, and away we go with public universities. And
Only if they turn the heat on.
okay.
We're working on it. We're working on it. No?
With that, we stand adjourned.